5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Run, 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 run.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire here. A week and a half left for the second season of the LoL division, and this is important because we don't really know what's happening after this season. Teams want to at least make sure they are guaranteed potential place in the LoL division next season. Qualifiers, who knows what's happening. So yeah, money, that is probably the important thing as well. Like these teams need that little bit of income to keep themselves afloat for a unstable season, and when they don't really know what the future is going to be like, so that money can always be a big thing. But
stop jungling, let's push.
that has a little logo next to it. We're all hearing the voice lines as well, but so far there's some good ones, but like you said, we're still waiting for some other teams to come through. It's been a while. It's felt like we season 1 teams didn't get it, unfortunately, for those teams who got knocked out. And our second season, I mean, we're pretty much almost over, and those teams are going to get knocked out as well.
Mereska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No, we haven't really seen the Dark Willow as much. I feel like it's still a hero that I thought with the Shard we were going to see her a decent amount, and maybe with some other like mass AoE control team fight heroes that you can really synergize with. But it's been a hero that I am intrigued that we don't see as much.
Dire team ban.
Timber Saw!
Stop jungling, let's push. Stop jungling, let's push.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team
I
ban.
still wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of the monkey, just because of I think Monkey Mars is really strong together. Dark Willow as well, more kind of control for the Monkey King. And like you were saying, it's just get rid of some of those heroes that are really strong in the laning stage. And that's the power of going for this core in the 8th pick, where then you have the second phase of bans to protect it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire
Yeah,
team
you just see
pick.
the classic old, just a bunch of AoE stuns on the ground. So hard to maneuver through a team fight in that regard. But are you like we see a lot of these conventional heroes getting picked up at the moment. I'm surprised that we're seeing them. You know, the
10
Grimstroke
seconds
Timber let through,
remaining.
like you said, the Mars Tusk as well for Team Mystery. It feels like a lot of
5
these
seconds
teams are
remaining.
kind of getting the heroes they were wanting.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Luna.
Aw.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Faceless Void.
And we saw they were playing the mag a lot as well over there, which I was intrigued
10
to see if
seconds
that's going to start
remaining.
trickling down into more games, different regions as well, seeing the
5
priority.
seconds
I think
remaining.
I think it was in all
Team
3
ban. Dire
games
team ban.
at Liquids. Yeah, and then Zai played in another.
Run, 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 run.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
Hmm.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be a
10
mid
seconds
doom as well
remaining.
here for Jamesy. So Mystery,
5 seconds remaining.
how do they want to go for their last pick? They're looking for their Mercury hero. Is there something that's standing out? They got a lot of reserve time to think it over.
Storm
Gonna need
You may now
it.
select your heroes.
That's how do we feel about this storm? That's a lot of lockdown that you're playing into. Yeah,
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Strength will come later, when you least expect it.
Prepare for battle.
Too good.
Yeah, it definitely is a strong lane, and I mean the Faceless Void is a hero who is not the easiest hero to play in a laning stage. I mean, you're going to be paired up with a Grimper Stroke, so you can get aggressive yourself, but like you said, a Mars and a Dark Willow in the lane can be very action-packed. So it's going to be interesting to see on how they can play. But like you were saying, there's really not a lot of damage they can dish out inside the Chronosphere, and it's not the greatest game for Rubik to steal abilities as well. So we're not really going to see Eris have too much impact in damage in the Chrono. So I think this is a game where they're banking on the Faceless Void having a really good time. You've got the Doom to make a lot of space around that, 12 to 15 minute mark. The Timber's going to be like, that's his strongest stage as well. And I feel like Team Mystery, you're going to have like both position ones will be farming. And I just wonder if there is going to be a lack of damage from either team through that early game. Do you think either team have plenty of damage without their cores, or?
The battle begins.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Run, 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 run!
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was bringing up in the draft. I'm surprised we don't see the Dark Willow combined with some different team fight heroes, because you really have some nice crafty ways to find kills with the Terrorize into another big combo here. But at the moment, this is a great start for Mercury Storm. So we're kind of, there's not much a Doom's going to be able to do early. Range versus melee. Jamesy won't be harassed a whole lot, but the CS for Mercury should be pretty on point. So this is, like you said though, like the Doom's going to be farming a decent amount through the first 10 minutes, and that Mercury should really be able to shine with his early rotation. So that's something I'm looking out for here for the Storm.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The petty politics of your people are of little interest to me, Sari. Huzzah! Mine!
Yeah, and you don't really have someone who can play away from the team, like a position 2 that can go like route to travel, shove out the side lane, then TP in and regroup with the team for a big team fight, do you? Jamesy?
Run, 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 run!
Yeah, pop that water rune as well, just for the instant health that he was able to gain from it. Top of being time walk away. You do see how difficult that lane is right now for the Void. He's only got 10 last hits compared to the 17 on Jiayu, so having a good lane at the moment up top for Team Mystery, and how bot is going at the moment as well. Luna, same last hits as his opposition carry.
Stupendous!
Not on my watch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Run, 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 run!
Oh no. So do we clarify now that it's you playing a song, not singing a song? Because I think a lot of people were getting excited at the idea of Denok singing. Got to verify some one charge as well. James, he should be fine with that rotation from Eris, but it does now drag the Rubik away. The issue is that Van's going to be fine. I mean, it's not like a Timbersaw needs too much support now at level 4, and he's solo versus Ghost anyway, so...
Dial.
Bing. Trade here. He's still got time walk, so
Thanks,
see that
guys.
it's a
Thanks
lot of damage on the Void though. He is having a bit of a rough time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Denied.
Run, 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 run!
A level 6 chrono would be very interesting from a being. I feel like the point in it, like, you get at least one kill with a chrono regardless. I feel like if you just go, even drop it on a support and have like a groom stroke there, surely that's enough.
Run, 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 run!
That should
I mean, you're right. 3 points in bash though, and I think with an Inkswell and Stroke of Fate should be enough. I don't see how like a Willow can escape. Maybe they hold Shadow Realm and he TPs out after all the AoE stuns. Who knows? But you are... This lane for a being is going really, really poor, and we're probably going to see rotation pretty soon for Mercury. I mean, he's level 6, so actually going to use the DD to zip on mid. Jamesy needs help, and he needs it now, but he's getting no reinforcements. Mercury's going to be able to pick up that first blood. Didn't even need the extra TP from Dark Willow, who ended up cancelling that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Run, 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 run,
Huzzah! I thank you.
The double damage does definitely help. They're just... And top is a mess right now. A Bing... He might just end up falling. Nice quick stance with the embrace. A Bing gets the time walk away. Xiaoyu just wasn't able to combo that up with the God's Rebuke, but he's still hunting Phase Boots. If he can get the last right click off, just out of range for the God Rebuke. Now they're diving pretty deep, so Doom's going to have an opportunity to swing on over to the top side. But Jamesy doesn't have Scorched Earth, and I don't know if they can get a kill with Doom, considering they don't have stuns.
Is under attack.
Oh, that is a yikes of a rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Do see though, at least for Cignal, they're able to find that tier 1 tower in the off lane, so that's going to be a nice little chunk of gold going their favor, and it does give them an extra couple camps to be able to farm up as well. They are some fat stacks though from QWE. I was thinking in my head, like, when are they going to start making some stacks for the Lunar, and they've already got some big ones around the triangle. Yes, Storms. I'll take them.
Almighty money.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Doom still is second in the net worth. I was just expecting him to be a little bit more farmed. However, that one death really costing him. Maybe if his Devour was on cooldown, and you really want to be kind of the top of the net worth, utilizing that kind of artificial net worth boost you get in the Devour, and you can hit a really fast timing with like 2 items to run over the early to mid game. But this is a game where we haven't really seen too much impact from Jamesy, and I think it's going to be a while until we do see some impact as well.
Invisibility. Looking for me?
Eris as well. End up falling now to the top side here, Jamesy, with that Doom. We're gonna freebie. The nice one puts the Doom on cooldown. Gets a kill on the core, where Xiao Yu was having a very good game so far. He was 3rd in the net worth right now, so slowing down that blink dagger timing.
Huzzah!
Can he get the hood off though? I don't even think it's enough. He's got some 1 charges van, incredibly tanky, but the rest of Dire can't really go as deep as what the Timbersaw is looking to do. So they're going to end up losing the position 3 there. Rotation from Xiao Yu after the death. It looks like she's already taken the stack of the Ancients away, but Dire, they're going to smoke up. Great position from QWE. Pops the smoke, but they're still looking to make a fight occur. There is Spear Stolen, gets a little bit of a pushback slope. Wow. Chrono committed. The Dark Wheeler was going to die nonetheless, so QWE does a lot there. They're probably still going to end up losing their tier 1 tower.
Radiant's
on
middle
cooldown.
tower is under attack.
I'm over here. Passes curse for Wayne. Oh, nice use the Iron Wood Tree. Spear pushes him back, but Van's tanky, and they've got so many quids as well to take up the Eclipse. It's not going to be a great fight for Team Mystery. The Cignal bait them into defending their tier 1 mid. Now they feed away a couple unnecessary kills as well.
Run, 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 run! Run,
Bing. Ooh, they missed the spear. Link still got to be exploding. That should be enough. Amy, yeah, I know. It was really awkward there missing the spear, but at least he was able to use that blink to catch up and get the God to be explode. We do see though, like just the difference in life from these position ones. Like Luna has been free farming up top. That was the first death from Ghost, but you see how her life is at the moment. You know, just top to the triangle. Whereas the Faceless Void, I mean, it's level 12 to level 9. So this is a ridiculous contrast between the two position ones.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Huzzah! Zip! Where's the party?
Mercury?
Oh!
Wow. He's like, oh, I don't want to be there, guys. Zipped into 3 hero smoke. He's got that Kaya and Sunge completed now as well. The item that we're seeing a lot more here on the Storm Spirit Rush with how incredibly strong it is with that mana regen. And once again, what's he doing top? In my dead lane, brother. That's not where you want to be farming.
Stop jungling. Let's push.
Yeah, that is a questionable place there from the Faceless Void. He's only got 73 last hits. Like, we were saying that the Void needs to have a good game. Otherwise, where is the damage going to come from inside the Chronosphere? And you've got 73 last hits. You're the bottom net worth out of all the cores right now. It's just, it's really looking rough, but like, what?
Dire's top tower.
He's no time walking forward. There is a real lack of communication right now that's showing from Cignal. If Alcode gets away,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mercury? Is it up right into Jamesy? Oh.
Haste!
Dire's top tower.
And now they're setting up for bot. I mean, 3 heroes showed
middle
mid.
Tower is under attack.
Don't do it. Don't time walk forward. He's gonna get the time walk away. Might actually have to drop the chrono. Where is it coming over? Still gonna run into QWE. Bing needs a little bit of help, and well, that help's gonna be provided.
Things would catch up with me.
It was such a weird smoke maneuver though from Cignal. I'm really surprised they didn't go bot first, because you had ward set up. You had the Faceless Void that was pushing the lane, and how are you ever going to think about taking a tier 2 tower mid for ages? Mercury is going to get caught out. Finally get that first control with the Embrace, and then Jamesy has to commit the Doom there. And they might try and look for a couple extra more kills as well. Xiao Yu gets the blink away, the Curse Crown stolen. Still going to get some distance, but they're hunting for Wayne. Long timber chain forward from Van. That's slow. It's going to be a secondary kill for Cignal Ultra in the mid lane. But still, I mean, you lose these heroes. Yes, Mercury dying is probably the worst out of it. You're fine with Wayne losing his life, but your Ghost is getting a lot of farm still.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's so, like, yeah, there's definitely seems like there's old, like, names that suit older people and, like, names that suit just younger people. And you don't think of, like, a Wayne. I don't know. Like, it's just... Yeah. Redneck Wayne. Yeah. Some bogan or redneck named Wayne who... Out in Woolbook, yeah. It was definitely... feel like there's stereotypes with names and when you hear of someone, you just instantly think of
Dire's middle
their background
tower has
and
been
you know, some of
denied.
their hobbies. What? Stop being
Dire's
judged.
top
What do you
tower
mean?
is under attack.
Just yeah, it's not even a bad observation. It's just one you make of people's names before you really get to know them. Dano's trying to throw me under the bus here. I don't know why. I'm not doing. It's a judge that doesn't hurt the person, and then you learn about them, and then it's something that yeah. We'll go with that. Let's go with that. No, Mercury just outside the chronosphere, so they get the control. And our die moving over. They're underneath an observer ward. They're going to see Grimm's retreating away, so if Brady can punish. Storm doesn't have too much mana, but a great shot from Wayne. Now with a double soul bind, this could be a decent fight. The Eclipse stolen as well from Eris still. Storm's Spoon zipping on forward, but he's got to be careful. He's still got some mana to disengage, but Jamesy with the BKB. Can he continue hunting? A great start with the double doom, but it's only going to net them the Tusk and the Storm. Eris Talbot's got to be careful. Van's pushing on forward. The beam's getting rained down from hell. But it's just Van at the moment here. Jamesy's got Blink on forward. It's got the Infernal Blade. And now with the two heroes from Cignal Ultra, all their net worth coming into play to end this team fight. Is QWE gonna go for a TP out? Jamesy's got the War Stomp though. Great way to cancel that. We're gonna see QWE end up falling as well. So a fight for Cignal Ultra, in the end, tilting back in their favor.
That should help.
Stop jungling, let's push.
Got it.
Lane? I think Van should be fine. It does have to be a bit careful how long he sticks around for though. See how tanky he is. Hood, Greaves, Dragon Scale, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Whirling Death versus a strength hero, never too fun to play with. I think the Ghost Scepter's pretty decent versus someone like the Storm Spirit as well, because he does get a lot of his damage from attacks with those overload procs.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Wayne, great positioning. You're gonna go the long range. Still end up jumping the Tusk nonetheless, but they want a more important kill than that, and unfortunately they're not gonna find it. That's another smoke maneuver from Cignal that just nets them a
Radiant's top
support.
tower is under attack.
If you get the tier 1 tower, you're gonna be happy with that.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant? Well, Dire have all their ultimates. If they can
Almost
retreat up to the triangle and turn around with that observe ward,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
yeah, I don't know if it's gonna matter. The void's not there. Van's gonna have to make a lot of space here, but yeah, they should be aware that the Faceless Void is down bot as well. They saw him TP to shove out the wave.
Time is money.
This is a lot of information. Let's see what they can do with Xiao Yu. Misses the spear. He's still going to pop the BKB as well. Now Eris is going to have the spear to play with in this fight. Jamesy, blink on 4. They're going to be careful about the Storm Spirit. Instant burst under the Grimstroke. That gets rid of the Soulbind with a double doom capability. Where's the Terrorize going to fly? QWE hasn't found an opportunity just yet. And Noah Bing's able to join the skirmish as well. They're pushing them back. A buyback from the Tusk. Let's see if he's going to be involved in this secondary follow-up fight here. Xiao Yu's still in trouble. But keep in mind the BKB is on cooldown. The spear finds a connection but doesn't get the
Dire's
stun.
courier has been killed.
Oh, QWE. Shadow Realm's there. A lot of AoE damage though from Van. Is it going to be enough? However, Bing's going to be careful. He doesn't have the BKB just yet, but Radiant. They're not in the area to be able to jump forward and protect the Dark Willow. Looks like Jamesy was pushing the rest of the heroes back with the threat of a Doom. And now with Roche so low, Cignal can go in. And they got the Soulbind ready again. So they're going to be careful if they group up around a choke point. Xiao Yu blinks on forward. They're going to move forward as well with the Luna. Rains down the Eclipse and doesn't get the BKB off. They're going to steal the Eclipse once again from Harrison. There's the double Doom. Holding the Luna along with the Mars around the triangle camp. Ghost is going to try and stand the ground with the BKB. Mercury's able to tip on forward as well. But look at Ghost go. The Glaze bouncing back and forth. It's doing so much damage. It's nothing that Cignal Orchard can do to handle this. Even though they get another double Doom, there is no Chronosphere. A Bing, zero impact in these fights, and Ghost is able to stand his ground, and he might be able to get Grims as well. Running up the higher ground sets up for a beautiful Bramble, and now they're going to be the ones to fall back and claim Roshan.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Huzzah! That should help.
Yeah, they're about to get an influx of items. Storm just got Lincoln's. The Luna's about to have the Skadi, which is such a good Skadi game. Against the Doom, who's going to have a decent amount of regen. Against the Faceless Void with the Time Warp, Master of Madness. Against a Timbersaw with all his sustain. Quite the Skadi game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
See, it's now a 3,000 net worth lead for Team Mystery after the tier 2 tower top has been claimed, and they're looking to even push forward for more potentially, thinking about a high ground siege with Van being this wall of defense there on the Timber. It's kind of awkward to push through him, so they're going to smoke up and and look to go to the bottom side. Well, if they're farming up top, they're well aware that the rest of the team for Cignal have to be down bot, but unfortunately that smoke isn't going to pay off. So we're going to try Xiao Yu. He can be preemptively. So drops the arena. Finally, a great Chrono from a Bing straight on top of the Lunar. Eris as well, but it's stolen Eclipse. But they brought down the first line of the Aegis. Tusk's going to end up falling as well. Jamesy, he commits a Doom on top of the Mars, but Mars has already used all his abilities. And now with the second life, Ghost's going to try and look to turn. He's going to rain down beams from the sky with the BKB pop, but Ghost, he doesn't have the rest of the team. It looks like it just doesn't even matter. Ghost is damaged right now. It's through the roof. Mercury's going to drive back the Timber Saw. Now they're on top of a Bing as well. He gets the time walk away, but where's the extra control? It's going to come through thanks to the Dark Will. The Cursed Crown is there. You can't break that thanks to the Shard. And up with the Rubric as well is getting chased back underneath the tier 2 tower. Ghost has got another round of the beams available. And now with the slow and the Scotty, that's all she wrote for the Rubik. 4 down on Cignal Ultra, and they don't have buybacks.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
Dire's middle tower.
They're gonna go for it. Why not?
Thanks, guys.
Oh boy, you can't let a Luna get in the base like this. She's just gonna tear apart the objectives. The tip from Xiao Yu as well. They know this one could just be over. I mean, Void's up in 10 seconds, doesn't have a buyback, and I don't think it's gonna take them 10 seconds to bring it down. Pops the BKBs, pushing away. Doom doesn't have a buyback van as well. And that's it. Team Mystery taking game 1 here. An incredible performance from them.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5
Ladies and
seconds
gentlemen, welcome
remaining.
back to our second match here between Cignal, Ultra, and Team Mystery. We're going to see
Dire team pick.
a good performance from Mystery in their first game here. It's going to
Radiant
grant them their
team pick.
third overall map victory of the LoL division. With first pick, then I'll go. What surprise, honestly. The Grim Stroke getting picked up. No real difference there. But we saw in the break, you know, this exciting stuff happened. We finally hit the goal of Denog
10
playing his song.
seconds remaining.
That's what we
It
love
took
to hear.
until
That's
the
what we're
second
here
last
for.
day.
Yeah.
It took until the second last day to
5
do it. So I'm
seconds
happy
remaining.
the chat was able to do it. Some crazy channel point whales were hoarding all their points. I saw like 7,000 points dropped, 10,000 points dropped. So we got there in the end. Now that you're there, you got to make sure that you are saving those points. Use them for predictions so that you are entering the giveaway, because there's some good stuff that I'm giving away. You know, little Dota pins, Dota playing cards, a Dota notebook, and some Samsung Galaxy earbuds. So make sure you're a part of that. I'll show them during the next series, which is SMG versus Southfield Esports. But in between Series 1 and Series 2 of the day, because you reached the goal, I will be playing you a song. And not just a song, I'll be playing 3 songs, because I've had a little bit of time to practice. So it's not singing, I'm not Whitemon, there's no ignition, but I will be breaking out the old recorder for people that have watched past broadcasts. I've played Happy Birthday to players before,
10
but
seconds remaining.
it's gone over reasonably well. But
Who did you
I'll
play
be
Happy
changing
Birthday
the
to?
5 seconds
Zibe
remaining.
from the 5 men at the time in the European region.
Mars!
So he liked it. It was
Dire
good.
team ban.
This was still in the heights of like
Timber
the middle of COVID, where no one could go outside at all. Whereas now we're returning to some semblance of normality, which is always good.
Radiant team ban.
But you haven't learned the ignition version on
On recorder, no. If
That's
you want, I will
disappointing.
Google it. But, I mean, it's pretty simple, right? It's like like it's pretty simple, right? But
10 seconds
we'll see.
remaining.
We'll see what we're able to do. It'll be 3 songs in increasing
seconds
levels of
remaining.
difficulty, and the
Dire
last one is
team
definitely
ban.
a
Radiant team
showstopper
ban.
for sure. But
Dire team
and I'll just
ban.
be clapping my hands along the way. Woo! Do we get an encore? If so, you got like a song in your back pocket. You said you got 3, and maybe there's a 4th coming up for an encore.
no. there's,
Okay.
I mean, if you want
Remaining.
something super simple, I could do Mary Had a Little Lamb as the encore, but that's
5
nothing
seconds
special.
remaining.
There's going to be three main ones
Radiant
that
team
we'll be
ban.
doing. We only have a certain amount of time between the series, right? So you gotta make sure you're part of that. But we got the draft going. Timbersaw Grim, you know, kind of similar to how Cignal started the draft last time around, but they're just feeling a lot more confident with being able to out
10
execute.
seconds
I think it's
remaining.
just going to depend on what comes from here. I don't want to see no Faceless Void. Like
5 seconds remaining.
it does nothing with the heroes so far that are in this game. You know, you need a Death Prophet, you need a Leshrac, you need a Lina to be able to do something into that Chronosphere.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, they just. I think the issue was as well, like, it just wasn't an overall good performance from a Bing. And I wonder, when did they pick the Faceless Void again? Was it?
It was like their 4th pick. So right before the last phase of
10
ban.
seconds remaining.
With the last
5
phase.
seconds
They have
remaining.
overall last pick this time.
Mm-hmm. Even the Lion's not guaranteed as to where it wants to go, right? Like, it could be either support combination. Probably a bit more likely to be a 4, I would say, just because you need that little bit of extra farm. You're not amazing in lane to be able to protect the core, and we saw how rough of a time of being he had in that game number 1. Although with the Rubik being picked up, who knows? I felt like Eris did a pretty good job on the Rubik that time. He got multiple steals off onto the spear. He got multiple Eclipse steals, so he was very quick with the fingers. It was just not too much follow-up from the rest of his team, unfortunately.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was surprised because I was saying like there's not many abilities that are going to have too much impact, at least in regard to the Chronosphere. But we saw him have some very good steals, and there's already a couple of great abilities for him to take over this game as well, like the Grimstrokes. Toolkit is great, the Timber Saws as well. I mean, if you can use the Whirling Death on the Timber himself, it just takes away a massive chunk of his health pool. So they do have 2 real squishy range supports, but can dish out some damage and also some control as well.
Yeah, I mean, with Mystery, for sure, they've got a lot of kill potential with Grimstroke and Timbersaw, right? You just need to go the... even at level 2, maybe level 3, Stroke of Fate into a Inkswell, and then Timber just with that slight movement speed slow, just chains in, Whirling Death. Deuce has been let through, and they're going to be able to pick it up for Cignal Ultra here. So, I mean, what's changed from the first time around? You've got the Deucer and the Lion were banned out previously. They were quick to pick them up, both for Cignal, but it's not with the last pick of the overall draft. So you could look to go something that counters it. Perhaps, I don't know, an Invoker, maybe, for the mid lane. Go Quas Wex, heavy into that EMP, look to drain the mana quite heavily. It's also a natural Spirit Vessel builder, which is always really effective against a Medusa because you get the full effectiveness of it because you're losing your mana before you lose your HP. And Spirit Vessel is based off your current HP. So it's always going to be great against a Medusa. Again, Mars, if it is going to be Jamesy in the mid lane, then you've got an Invoker against a Mars. Like, what are you supposed to do? You're going to out-regen, you're going to out-harass. So I feel like Invoker would be a pretty good pick here.
Are there any other position ones we could see for Team Mystery to go in this 18th pick if they're not thinking of someone like an Invoker?
Dire team banned.
Something that outranges.
Faceless Void.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see what the obsession is with the Faceless Void. Like, yes, he's slightly more effective now with the time dilation, but for what? Like, what are you doing? You've got a not so great laning phase. You've got no heroes that combo together with you with the Chronosphere. And if you get bodied in the laning phase, which, Cignal have the last pick overall, they can go something that directly counters you. Like, I don't know, a Venomancer even. It's not going to be great with an Abaddon, I suppose, but like,
Radiant team
you could very easily have a poor laning phase. And, well, they're getting rid of the Invoker because Cignal are like, well, we don't want to have to deal with that as a Medusa. But even if you picked the Invoker then, right, it counters the Medusa, and then later on you have a Cataclysm, which you can potentially use to combo with a Void. I think that would have been perfectly fine.
10 seconds remaining.
Obviously, just having more priority, I guess, with the Void, which I'm a little bit surprised like you are as well. We didn't see a strong performance from a Bing, and it doesn't look like they have much of their toolkit to really dish into the Chrono. So it's going to have to be someone for Mercury, which does, and
at least they've got
the heroes that you did highlight. Yeah. And it does give them the Lesh with the Timbersaw, Lesh with Abaddon. There is quite a decent amount of synergy with this last pick. How you have the Timber on the front line, really being the beefy man, but doesn't do too much damage to objectives. That's where the Lesh track comes into play. And the Lesh really likes having a defensive support to really emphasize how he wants to play up in the face of other teams. So Abaddon's really going to provide that. Yeah,
it's now a solid draft for Mystery. It's not amazing, but it's solid. They're able to get a lot of stuff done. You mentioned their ability to take towers now with a Leshrac. Timbersaw, of course, can do that himself. They've got decent team fight. They've got good lockdown. They've got something that they could use with the Chronosphere. It's not a bad draft at all. Even Wave Push. What are they lacking? I guess reliable stuns. That's about it. It's not on a massive cooldown. And they are just going to pick the Venomancer, right? Like, they have the last pick overall. It's into an Abaddon, though. So I'm like, is it even that great? I don't think it is.
Yeah, they're going to lane the Veno versus the Abaddon as well, which, I mean, you can't really put it in any other lane, so... I
prefer Team Mystery's draft quite heavily.
How do you feel like Cignal are going to be able to play around the Medusa, though? Because we've seen previously the mid-Mars can, if you have a bad time, this is a hero that isn't, you've really got a snowball to be tempo controlling, and they need a tempo controlling hero this game for Cignal. Like, Medusa's going to sit back, find farm, play around the triangle, use that split shot to farm the ancients, farm the hard cam. But now you've got a mid-Mars that can be a little bit iffy on how much tempo you can provide, and you have a Venomancer as well, which is a bit more of a slower hero. You really want to get defensive around a T1 tower and start to make a formation with your Veno ward. So it really feels like Cignal, they don't have ways to be as high tempo.
Guys.
Is that an issue, or do you think the Veno is going to do enough in regards to just defending objectives so Medusa can farm deep safe?
I mean, I don't think Veno is going to be able to do anywhere near enough, particularly against Alesh, right? Like, you don't need to stand there and right-click. It's your Diabolic Edict that's doing the damage to these towers, and I think it's going to be a pretty damn rare situation where you've got a Leshrac there without the Abaddon just to save him from... Yeah, that is the one strength of Cignal's draft. They got a lot of stuns. They're going to be able to... If they can find someone solo, they can easily chain lock them down and burst them. And that's what they're going to need to do. They're going to need to be playing together, they're going to need to be finding these solo targets, and they're just going to need to delete them from the game. But what happens after that? That's the big question. Like, you can defend objectives all you want, but you lose one team fight and you don't have those heroes there to defend the objectives, and things become a lot rougher for you.
Yeah, that's just going to be... Your tower's just going to start to shred. It's with the Lesh that's going to have... It's a pretty high point up in the Edict, so this could be really difficult here for Cignal. Like, they can either keep their tier 1s alive for a decent chunk of this game if the Veno gets off to a good start. Otherwise, if Lesh and Timber are able to have a solid laning phase, I can just see their tier 1 bot and tier 1 mid falling really early on, and that just takes away what a Medusa wants to do and kind of how a Venomancer wants to play the early game as well.
Well, speaking about Secret Liquid, they played this Leshrac Faceless Void combination, and they ended up winning that game. That was game number 1 against Team Secret. Sorry for the spoilers, chat, but, you should have watched it by now. See, how does this RTZ thing get through? I could, like, the photo is nice, but what is with that background? Like,
I need a refresh. I need to see it again. Battle happening up by this rune. No one gonna get a kill? They're all a bunch of wussies. I'm like, come on, guys, let's get some kills here. No
well, it's a 3-for-1 for Mystery. Good start for them.
Take any load advantage you get with the bounties. It's always nice team moral victory.
Yep, and I feel like this lane with QWE and the Timbersaw, like, there is some kill potential there. Whereas, previously you had, a Grimstroke paired together with the Faceless Void. There's no kill potential there. Like, you can't go in early on. Faceless Void doesn't do anywhere near enough damage. So, top lane is just going to be about Mystery trying to make Ghost survive and farm as freely as possible. That's what's great about these, strength, high movement speed, melee offlaners that have some kind of save, is that they can just put themselves in harm's way. And that's exactly what he's doing. And so I feel like Ghost is going to have a much easier time than a Bingy did in game number 1.
And I wonder what he's going to bring out with his gold that he's got at the moment. He's got 430. How much sustain is he going to need for the lane? Wayne's got a Selv in his arsenal. And I was going to say a mango as well to keep spamming out the Aphotic Shield there. But this is still, on paper, not the greatest lane for the Faceless Void versus the Veno. But like you've been saying, the Abaddon versus the Veno, it's not something you really want to play into, so it is going to give Ghost a bit of a better time than what we saw for a Bing.
I know my Veno matchups, and this one's it's not great. It's been a while though since I played it. I'm on the Witch Doctor. lane now.
Witch Doctor train, is he not bad? How's the Witch Doctor been going?
Yeah, not too bad. Van's getting chased down a little bit here, which is a little surprising for the top side. Ghost going to miss a range CS, which is actually a reasonably big deal. They're making a super early rotation here with QWE with 2 points.
Eris? They're going to get the silence coming through as well, thanks to Wayne. First blood's going to get picked up. Great rotation from QWE. And, I mean, Xiaoyu's really not worried in this matchup. It's a hero that he's really, really comfortable on the Timbersaw. And you're against a Lion and Medusa. Like, what are these two heroes going to be able to do to get a Timber out of the lane? I say that. Xiaoyu's taking a lot of damage, but he's also stacking up the armor as well. But solo levels is something that Timber really, really thrives with, so I don't mind that at all. They're going to try and put a lot more emphasis on Ghost Lane. Can they get a bash? Probably going to need 2 now that Van pops the Fairy Fire.
No, RNGs is not on his side that time, but the fact that, like, most of the time you want to be able to give over that first blood to the Faceless Void, but honestly I feel like in this situation it was better that Wayne got it, because with that he's able to ferry out so much more sustain for himself. He just needs to park himself on the front lines. They're going to kill Van here.
Van's a goner. I don't think the boost speed is going to be enough, and Ghost's going to fly on over and be able to get that kill this time. Only 165 gold compared to the 289 that Wayne was able to pick up, but this is a great start to the safe lane here for Mystery, and something that we didn't really see when Cignal were playing with their own Faceless Void.
He's staying in this position where he's like, okay, they clearly don't have this warded, otherwise they would be playing a lot more carefully. I don't want to commit super heavily. He's just trying to pull these waves through as much as he can. It's going to be hard to do it, though, without clearing this tree. He does a good job, though, keeping that line of sight with the creep wave. Eris has been interrupted, though.
He's playing so aggressive down bot. Eris now stunned up thanks to Inkspo. They got the slow from Ghost along with Wayne, and this tri-lane for them is just tearing apart Cignal Ultra. There's nothing they can do at the moment. I mean, leaving a Medusa, you're just gonna... I really struggle to see how they play this now, because Medusa's going to need solo experience, because she's going to get zoned back into the jungle very early once Timber hits level 6. And if she doesn't really have experience to keep herself afloat in the jungle, then she's going to farm incredibly slow. And we were saying that how Cignal are able to play this game is they need to keep their towers alive. Great wraparound from QWE. The Inkspell stun for 2. Wayne will be protected thanks to the Aphotic Shield, and now it means that Mystery will just continue to find another kill. They're finally going to rotate in Grims, but they're able to scurry away for Mystery with their lives.
Yeah, Wayne is going to continue going in. I don't know about this one. I think it might be a little bit too keen. That was good, though. He made sure he saved the Aphotic Shield until right at the end before the Venomous Gale hit onto him. You can just see here, like, that kill was really important to Van. He was sitting second last on the net worth as one of your cores. That is never what you want, especially when you last picked this, particularly to counter the Faceless Void. Rainbow.
Look at the Doosa. They left her solo. Oh, this is not going very well. He's got a catapult wave as well. Xiaoyu actually might just do like a third of this tower's HP, maybe even more. Once a Timber gets a kill with a catapult wave there and level 6 picked up, it's so hard to recover a lane.
And you just know that if anyone looks to rotate, he's going to need to throw out a spear. Finally does.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But if anyone does rotate, they're going to need to make a kill happen. Yeah. There's it again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Second death here for the Venomancer. Ghost did time walk in. Babel's a lot of damage from Eris. Actually going to kill off the Grimstroke, and Grims is still hunting the stun. Ghost has got a Midas queued up. So he's off to a great start. Probably a better start than he was expecting. And he's... I'm surprised with the Midas build, because I thought he was going to go like the Fuser Blade into like Sanjin Yasha or something like that to get really aggressive on the Medusa early, but you know, with his great start, he wants to try and heavily scale.
I just hate Midas in general. He's going to suffer here, giving up his life. triple stun though.
Stun.
Not bad again.
Ghost.
Under attack.
Time walks in. I think mana, unfortunately,
Gribbs, you gotta be
not gonna able
careful.
to use that fresh level 6.
I mean, later on, like, I'm kind of clutching at straws here about how this Deucer lineup will eventually work. You can see here a Bingy. After that death, he's like, nah, I'm not going back to that lane.
Radiant's
But
bottom
look,
tower
it's all pushed
is
in.
under
The
attack.
same catapult is still pushing in to that tier 2 tower bottom. Finally, Cardi's gonna die. Rest in peace. And have they been able to get any stacks? Just 2. But Wayne spots it out.
Don't drop it. At least he didn't use Observe Ward,
Radiant's
but
bottom tower is under attack.
cost him his life. Got shield, but no TP, and with the slows, they'll chase him down. But they've already got a ward around the high ground there, so they will keep tabs on the Medusa. That's the only spot she can farm now. You see what Zhao Yu's doing, like, keep spot shoved in, has an Observe Ward around that fresh high ground position with the recent patch, and now they're really just going to be able to control bot, and it means that, like, where can Radiant farm with all their cores? They're just going to shrink the map, and it's going to be so difficult for Cignal to keep up in net worth.
Answer is nowhere. They cannot farm anywhere right now, as well, we've got an attempt here onto the Mars. Scratch that, it's not an attempt, he is dead. And that is the mid tower gone. 3 points into the Diabolic Edict. They're going to pop the glyph, but it's just delaying the inevitable. And once you take this tower, that opens up that
Dire's
entire
top tower is under
triangle
Surely
area.
it doesn't die to Wayne.
attack. Radiant's middle
It's still
tower
going.
is
This
under
core should be
attack.
too low of a range here, but it looks like Grimm's now is in trouble. That's just the Photic Shield, but Zhao Yu doesn't find the
Radiant's middle
latch.
tower has
That's
fallen.
another tier 1 down.
Dire's
Like,
top tower
how do you
is
play
under attack.
Dota now without towers? You need a farm somewhere with a Medusa. Your draft just doesn't enable that. Your Veno lane went
This would be a big kill.
3 deaths,
Ghost.
22 last hits.
That's a bit key. I don't think you can afford to be that deep as a faceless boy. You don't have any vision
Radiant
of the
are scanning.
Radiant jungle. Oh, you got a little bit, I suppose, where WWE is just standing underneath now, but make use of it. That's the one
Sacrifice
death
for
you get.
Ghost?
You know, he's had a good start to
one-
the game though, the faceless boy.
He's lucky that this is a game where that one death probably is not going to cost them. Sometimes there are games where you get that one death and it can just be a massive swing around as Dire probably going to end up bringing the reinforcements to Zhao Yu's lane. They want to find that last tier 1 tower as Van. There's a corner. Mercury. Nice cut behind, and looks like Eris as well is going to be the next to fall here. He does steal the chain, so he's going to get some
Radiant's
distance
top
into
tower
the
is under
eventual
attack.
TPR. Ghost again.
Alright. That's not good. You can't be farming there. You know it's not safe. You know you don't have it warded. Yeah, you're going to be able to take a tier 1 tower, and I suppose that, like,
Dire's
completely
middle tower
seals
is
off
under attack.
the safety of the Radiant Tricamp.
Radiant's
But
top
I
tower
don't know,
is under
there's an
attack.
extent. Oh, and the haste room
Please.
top. So Mercury's going to be able to
Radiant's
pick up
top
here.
tower
He's nearly
has
got
fallen.
enough for his Yule Scepter as well, so that little bit of extra safety, not needing to completely rely on the Abaddon, but still most of the time he's going to be playing with him just so he has that extra little bit of sustain for himself.
Look at the warding on Dire. My lord, they're giving no room for Cignal Ultra at all. Like, Zhao Yu's taking away an ancient stack. They're gonna try and smoke up on Dire. They're gonna run into Signal's own smoke, but they've got a really nice observe ward to scout this out. And I mean, Medusa he's only got 1 point in the Menace Shield. That's gonna do nothing against Lesh's burst potential with all this magic damage. That is another death for your win condition on Cignal Ultra.
And I was a little worried considering how good Spirit Vessel is against Medusa that they don't have any natural vessel builders, but they're just dominating the laning phase. They don't need it, you know. Oh, well, Mars, he's going to get caught out a little bit here. Mercury's low on mana, though.
They're cutting behind after the Stroke of Fate. And the level 6 Venomancer coming on through. It's really not going to do a whole lot. Plays the Nova, but out goes the retreat.
All right. Ghost is farming on the bottom side. Surely he doesn't get caught again. You can see the Mars and the Lion, they're making their way over. You've got the Finger of Death now as well, so you're off point just for a second, and you are dead. He's probably going to walk underneath
Wayne?
that. Well, they see Wayne's coming, though.
Great position. At least he's going to protect the Void. They might be able to actually keep Wayne alive. Faces Void still got Chrono Speed. Wants to drop it. Signal are grouped up. Time
On Chrono?
unfortunately still on cooldown, so we couldn't move forward to get a better positioning with the ultimate. But nonetheless, it holds in Jamesy, and the rest of Team Mystery can come on the backline and kill off Grims, and they're not done just yet. Xiao Yu, your level 10 Timbersaw, 12 minutes into the game. A latch on full as Eris shouldn't be long for this world at all, but the shotgun back up and available. And down she goes.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa enjoyed the brief time that she had to take away the
Radiant's
triangle,
bottom
but
tower is
you know
under
exactly
attack.
where she is, and pretty low on the mana right now, Abingi. You've got a double damage Leshrac running at you. Oh, nice use of the, just the quick spin around to use the Yule Scepter to interrupt the TP, and that is another dead Medusa. Or is it?
Grims is here. Gonna try and get a little bit of revenge. Kills off the Grim Shriek, but I mean, you still lose your Medusa. Like, it's gonna get to a stage where
Let's
it's
push.
not worth it at all. That big. Quite the
Radiant's
waistline.
bottom tower is under attack.
Let's push. How? How is the question? Like, you are the push.
The one that needs the jungle as well, and you ain't getting no room at all. You're 5th in net worth on the Medusa. It's a 4,000 net worth lead. Have you had a little of the probability recently? If you haven't, what do you reckon it is? Give a good guess.
I have not had a look at it at all. I'm gonna say 92. 84. That's close.
Feels like Dota Plus loves a little bit of a Medusa, but I mean, Ghost has just got all the space in the world. Midas, Maelstrom, he's going to be so farmed in about 5 minutes here, and I don't... there is always this
He's inside the base. He's inside
Radiant's
the
middle tower
base.
is under attack.
Just make it...
not
They
good.
just want it to end. Just make it stop. Make it stop, please. It hurts too much, Venno. I mean, he's got Spirit Vessel, so they... Maybe they can get a kill on a support and then get a Spirit Vessel charge. Xiao Yu? Maybe they don't even need it.
It was a bit key.
Okay.
Still though, you've got like what 4 or 5 signal heroes.
Jamesy?
Catch out PWE. They should be able to get away just fast enough though.
Is Wayne gonna get caught as well?
He's
Should be able to
gonna
get rid of the Gale, but he's also got the borrowed time to get out of the Earth Spike. The Hex is there. Now with the Telekinesis follow-up, Wayne. He's got the Faces Void coming over with the Chrono Sphere, but they need extra.
Oh, poor man.
It's a great Chrono from Ghost. Lines up 2 on the edges to split Earth as well. Finds a connection onto Jamesy. As they lose 3, Mercury gets a triple.
Ghost is still running.
Looking solid.
Bash?
Chrono Sphere, but Ghost, no.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if he just walks
The first
through the
dude.
green chrono and bashes it? I would just GG out if that was me. So how does that affect? We'll give it a minute. But how does that affect the win probability graph? I suppose the Medusa doesn't die, so that's good. But, you know, just to be able to give 3 kills over to the Leshrac, who's already having an amazing game so far, 6-0 and 2, never going to be a great situation. I think, like, if there was anything I could critique on Mystery's end, you know the Deuce is here. Just ward up the Ancient Camp, you know? Put it in a... You know, Grims kind of sees that this is probably where they might have been attempting that sort of thing, but he doesn't.
Yeah, I
Anything.
think if we were going to say anything as well, like, this tier 2 tower is still up down bot. It's a bit
Sure.
surprising. We've seen Xiao Yu, like, at the
Radiant's
tier 3
bottom
tower,
tower is under attack.
but they just haven't taken the tier 2. And if they get that tier
Radiant
2,
are
then
scanning.
once shoved in a little bit further, then it means that you can have a lot more heroes playing around the triangle
Dire's
camp.
top tower
Because,
is
like, if
under
they
attack.
ward there now, it's just going to get dewarded from Cignal, because Team Mystery aren't posturing with heroes there.
And they're a
Radiant's
pretty
bottom tower is under
experience-reliant lineup as well
Dire's
with
top
Cignal.
tower
Like,
is
Venomancer
falling.
doesn't need a lot of items. Like, he's got his Spirit Vessel. That's the big thing for him. And to be able to max out those Plague Wards is going to at least give you some extra level of defense. So if Mystery are able to take away this tower, get rid of the
Dire's
outpost, you
top
could just see
tower
with
is
all of
under
the sentries,
attack.
all of the observer wards inside the Radiant jungle, it's just going to be
Radiant's
slowly
bottom
experience
tower
being
is under
drained
attack.
away from Cignal Ultra.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower
we
has
go.
A
fallen.
little too slow to catch the 17-minute mark though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What has Ghost got picked up recently? He's going to go Sanjin Yasha next item. They are thinking about making that transition to the mid-tier 2 tower as well. They're grouped up around it. Meanwhile, Medusa is farming top, so we do see she's, I believe Sanjin Yasha is now completed for her.
Yep.
Once the Morbid Mask into the Aghanim is next. Who knows? Medusa is always an X-Factor
Radiant's
win
bottom
condition. The
tower
raid
is under
boss that
attack.
can be the Medusa, but she's gonna need a lot of time. Probably another 12 minutes at least.
Ugh. I don't think you got 12 minutes, Ares. I think
Yeah, I don't know either.
you got like 5 at best.
Well, I guess the thing, like, Radiant do have very good high ground defense as Xiao Yu. Scott Hood, Poison Nova, Finger of Death as well. They're gonna chuck out the whole kitchen to bring him down. It forces Cignal to set up for a beautiful chrono once again from Ghost, finding the connection on 2, and James is also slowed down from the Edict. So it looks like Ghost can move on forward. Dilation will end up wearing off.
Just abandons the chase. Why not? Like, the Void's like, you know what? I can just continue farming, taking more away from the Deuce. So we'll look to take. I was about to say look to take mid tower, but Mercury, he's on the hunt for Medusa. I think he could just easily go back to mid, pop the Edict.
Radiant's
At the
middle
very
tower
worst, get a
is under
glyph
attack.
out of Cignal Ultra. And if that's the case, then you've completely opened up the bottom side of the map for a Rax
Oh,
take.
you got a TP out. What the heck? I think we saw what happened last time with Stone Gaze. They could just cancel it. What is going on? We saw them running forward. That observer that just got dewarded from Wayne, but he saw the Lesh move past it. He saw Abaddon coming, the Grimstroke as well, and he just stood his ground and hit a hard camp.
Jungling, let's push.
I agree, Bingy. You need to stop juggling. You need to stop being.
Faces Lloyd, Jamesy.
Doesn't even describe it.
Pushes him back with the spear, but do they have the extra control now? Ghost is able to get away, back to the safety of the team.
The thing is, with all of these deaths that are happening on Mystery, I feel like every single one has been when they're just playing too far away from their Abaddon. I don't know if that's on the player or if that's on Wayne, but I feel like he's done a pretty good job so far. You can see here, he's just got the Timbersaw between him
Radiant's top
and the
tower
team.
is under
He's clearing
attack.
out some of the vision that the wards are providing. All he wants to do is sit on the back lines, throw up those Aphotic Shields. He's got the Mistcoil, he's got the mana regen coming from the Medallion of Courage. Nearly finished off the Solar Crest as well. So, with that Deuce kill, what would you say the win probability graph is now?
I think I just checked and it was like 86 or something.
Yeah, 86. I've never been too much of a fan. Like, you know, back in the day when Spectre was like Dota Plus's love child, you know, it absolutely
Yeah.
loved it. And I mean, algebra I can handle, calculus a little bit of it's alright, but graphs, that's where I draw the line.
Graph's not a
Stop
fan of.
jungling, let's
Dire
push.
Yeah.
are scanning.
Gives people at home nice little insight into the ebbs and flows of the game, at least experience-wise and goal-wise.
Xiao Yu, he's like, I don't care that you can see that we're doing Roche, Mr. Plague Ward. I mean, as soon as you clear it, they're just going to place another one. Who's getting caught out this time?
It's Grims.
Run.
Hunting.
Use your little lion legs. Only 200 gold away from the Blink Dagger.
See, iron
Clip
or
him.
lion legs?
Nice. Lion legs.
Dire's middle tower is
You
under
said
attack.
iron. I'm like, he's got iron legs? What's going on here?
That
He's
should
Iron
help.
Built of,
Robert Downey
built
Jr.
of metal. Smoke up. See, with the Finger of Death, they got a lot of damage, but the issue is that Dire behind Ghost. They're going to try and move in forward. Ghost can get anything off. Meanwhile, he's unable to do so. Although Wayne comes... Oh, nice! He's still falling really low. The poison of the
Needs to
might
TP.
kick him out.
Oh,
He's able to
TP
make it
will
away
get to
as
the
well.
Abyss.
Still chasing Grim. And the Abaddon in the nick of time, keeping the Void up, and now they're chasing back a Bing. There's no more follow-ups. The Void is going to keep his life. They're smoked up. He's still looking to fight.
The torment.
I think you're pretty hurting right now on Mystery, but they don't care. They're just like, all right, screw it. Zhao Yu. I was about to say he needs to be the one tanking Roche, but I suppose not. You just use the Abaddon to use the borrowed time for it. You know what happened in that fight? Ghost got his Yasha component delivered like right towards the end of that, so he completed the SMY, gave him that little bit of extra status resistance to be able to withstand the rest of that gank attempt, and just able to get away.
Well, now Cignal were constantly hunting the Faceless Void, thinking that was their opportunity to come back into this game. If they could burst him down with a nice chain lock, along with the Spirit Vessel and the Finger of Death. But now you got a second life, and you are able to make it just that much more difficult for Cignal Ultra to do that. He's even going for a Skadi next for Ghost, so he's trying to tank himself up. I'm gonna try mid for Zhao Yu, but I don't know how easy it is to kill him, and he's even got to just show that himself. With the chain on forward. It's like, you guys want to jump me? You sure about that?
I think it's a little too keen still. Just take the tier 2 tower. It's one of my biggest gripes that a lot of people do, not just in pubs, but pro games as well. Just, he's got his Chrono available. Who's the big target that he's looking for?
Ben might have... Poisoner is still on cooldown, actually. Spear. Drags away Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu's already done the job with the Chakram slot, and they might end up losing the Rubik as well with the last right click from Mercury. Plenty of damage there from the Leshrac. God-like streak now. It has been a hell of a game from Mercury, a hell of a game from Mystery as well.
Jump lift for 10 seconds.
High ground.
That's all they need to be able to take at least one Rex.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
No edicts.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
There's the Bloodstone as well. So you thought it was hard to kill him before? You ain't seen nothing.
The Timber that can still pop a fresh 9-second beak at B. You've still got Chrono as well. The Aegis in the arsenal. Team Mystery taking a full set of racks mid. Finally, Deuce is going to come back, but the Aghanims is still yet to be completed. Ghost. Check with the Abaddon shield. You have to be careful how heavy you want to commit on a hero from Mystery. With the Abaddon sitting on the back line. Ghost going to move in 4, but it's great. Chrono finds the 2. With the Medusa, all the men are shredded apart. That might just be it. They really want to tap out now. I mean, Medusa's got no buyback. The damage just not showing at all. They'll deal with Mercury. Ghost as well. He's moving on forward. Great Inkswell stun onto 2. Hold the line. The Venomancer as well. Cut down thanks to the Timbersaw. Aerith's going to get back to safety thanks to the Soul and Time Walk away. But no buybacks here from Cignal Ultra. Could just allow Mystery to try and find second racks. I mean, they did kill off the Leshrac, and it's a lot of their tower damage.
It is. I mean, Ghost is just going to sit there and continue to try and lifesteal up a little bit. Cignal, they're not going to tap out because, like, they lose this, it's guaranteed that they're out. The win probability is exceeding, but you're just in a situation where you have to keep playing.
My house.
Let's protect Jamesy. So there's some follow-up stun right now for the Grimstroke, and that's enough. QWE is going to get caught out with his pants down, unable to retreat. $14,000 net worth lead for Team Mystery, and why not go back down bot? They've got the Aegis still for another minute 10. Radiant are coming out. Finger of Death on cooldown, though. I believe they need this to kill the Timbersaw if they're going for that.
And again, I talked about the experience reliance, right? He's still got that level 1 Finger of Death.
Radiant are scanning.
It's not enough, you know, you need that little bit of extra damage, but more importantly, the cooldown, because it feels like, you know, it might only be every 2.5 minutes that they're actually able to go for something as well. This is an ambitious TP in from Medusa.
and try and force something. So as ages for another 40 seconds, so Ghost doesn't really care about the damage that's getting dished out at the moment, but the last shot, 100% cares. Can he get the blood turn off? No, he cannot. Mercury's going to end up falling. Let's see if Radiant able to reset the fight here and get in a better position. There's a 5-2 to start. The damage is stacking up the moment. Ghost's going to try and time walk him forward with a lot of damage. Medusa's going to be careful. He needs to back up. Going to get anything out from the fellow teammates from Cignal Ultra. Forced up away, gets a little bit of mana as well. But Jiao Yu hot pursuit with the chain on forward. They're zoning away the Medusa. Ghost is still hunting as well. Chrono up at about 5 seconds here, so Medusa shouldn't be able to retreat away. Turns, gets a stun, but Ghost, he doesn't give a damn about just a measly old turn to stone, as he can now drop the Chrono onto 2. Cignal is still dealing with the rest of the team from Mystery. Now that Medusa's ended up losing his life, Ghost has to end up fleeing.
Figure it out.
Because it's going to be careful. They got the finger and they got the burst. Mystery end up losing all 5.
With a buyback on Wayne as well. This is it. You don't tap out.
Oh.
I feel like it was like a 16k net worth lead. Now it's at 9. That's how big of a team fight that was. You know, you eventually lose your Dusa, but the difference in having that Aghanim Scepter is enormous. Just being able to provide so much extra lockdown in the middle of these team fights. It means that the Abaddon isn't always completely free to get off the Aphotic Shield. I feel like that time, you know, we talked about the cores that have died, notably the Lash and the Timbersaw. It's been because they haven't had the Abaddon behind them with the Aphotic Shield. That time it was on Wayne, just because he was a little bit out of position. It was a good arena to kind of zone people out, but yeah, just wasn't able to get in range. And when your Lesh dies with about, what, 70% mana, that's so much experience and damage that you're reducing at the start of these team fights. So you can see the BKB is what's coming next for Mercury. Understandable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, very understandable when he's been killed
structures are
back-to-back
fortified.
times now. And that was a 5,400 gold swing there for Cignal Ultra. So unfortunate that Medusa wasn't able to stick around for a lot of the experience and gold, and also have a minute or so where he could farm instead of the Faceless Void. They're back on the map now, but you do see, Cignal Ultra, they can take some crafted team fights. They're gonna have to need to take some, a couple extra solid more team fights if they want to get back into it.
Ooh. Paladin Sword, that's extra nice. I could give that one over to Mr. Faceless Void. He's already got the Sanjin Yasha, so he's going to be able to take maximum use out of it.
James got Desert completed as well. I've been very impressed with James's Mars this game. He's had a really, really strong performance from Cignal. Has kind of been the big hero to bring them back potentially into this game. Let's see them try to start. They need the silence fast enough so the Lions aren't able to get the finger of death off, but a great use of the embrace from the Grimstroke. QWE on point there. And now the rest of Cignal, they've got to retreat away. Tails tucked between their legs, but Mystery not going to give them an opportunity. Goes trying to find more in the backline, doesn't have the control. Now scouting out Van. Got to keep in mind that Ruby line both without a buyback.
You called it perfectly. QWE, great use of the Phantom's Embrace there with the Soulbind to make sure that you have that little bit of extra survivability. I feel like Lion, it shows the importance of having that level 12. He was ready with the Finger of Death, but you're up against a Timbersaw that's got this Hood of Defiance, who's got the Vambrace with the Strength toggle. So all of that extra magic resist meant that he wouldn't have been able to take it down. I mean, maybe you go for it just to see if you're able to, get a little bit lucky and try and take him down. Wayne's in position this time, though.
Does the Medusa have the damage? See, the protection from the Abaddon just disrupts a lot of the damage to start the fight, and now with Mercury is down, the Chrono dropped on the Medusa. Down she goes. 4 down, no buyback, and Mystery looking to try and end it here, and they will. A 2-0 victory from them.
I mean, as soon as that last pick Venomancer dies, 4 times in lane, I feel like it's never going to work out well. And they last picked it into an abandoned lane, so it's again, I just need to go back to the draft. I feel like game 1, they had no way to take towers. You also had no damage in your chronosphere. This time around, you let through all of these different heroes that can do something into the chronosphere, and you pick
into PL later
what's normally a good lane matchup into a direct.
It's going to be a bloodbath. I'm excited to see what happens in game 2.
I'm excited to see what's happening in game 2 as well. And our commentary team also is excited to see what's happening in game 2. So let's head over to ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Chivy. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between OG and Team Secret. Fog, what are you sort of make from these two drafts? What do they sort of say to you that both teams are looking for in the second game?
One team is looking for lots of fights, and the other team's looking to farm up a little bit more. I think OG, a bit more of a farm-heavy draft this time around. I think we're still probably going to have a lot of chaotic fighting coming up from them, but I do think that they want to take it to later stages. And Secret, they want to be going more of a group-up kind of method here. Some limited disables definitely coming out for Secret. Really relying entirely on the spear in order to catch Ana, besides just having overwhelming amounts of damage. That is the one thing that Secret does have. And yeah, I'm curious to see what we're going to get with all these Aghanims picked up. I really like that Chief did mention the Aghanim's potential for the Dazzle way later on. And actually pretty cool for that Dispel versus Fatal Bonds. Can definitely be quite relevant. Also, Fire Spirits, some decent ones that he can remove off of his allies. If we get to that point later on,
sure,
that'll be pretty good for OG.
Because if we do see some early Ags coming up, who's getting priority?
I think you just give it to Thompson. Yeah, I think you just have to. Even though it's gotten nerfed so many times, it still is going to be really good. But I say that, but there is also the very high chance that you just give it for the PL for stats, and then Thompson just builds his own stuff. Because then it will allow this PL, the illusions, to run rampant. Because they lack control for the illusions is one of the things that can sometimes be a problem. They have the damage that's going to come out from Zeus, but if Nisha dies early in the fights, they do not have the way to clear these illusions. So I think Nisha, eyes on him for Secret.
The battle
OG,
begins.
I think eyes on just farming.
Yeah, what do you sort of make from the Nisha Zeus coming out? Yeah, a mid-hero that we're not seeing nowadays.
They needed something for illusions. Everything else was banned, right? Like Leshrac, gone. I think they tried Tinker once before, but it did not work out whatsoever. It's also not as good versus PL. It's more versus like these Terrorblades. But Zeus can be kind of similar, but yeah, we'll see if what Nisha's able to do is. I feel like mid's got to be kind of just like this farm more. I think bottom is going to be the really fun one that I'm going to be looking out for. See how the poke and prod comes out, right? The acid spray versus the essence shift, the heal versus the control under the acid spray. And we'll see.
And up on this top lane. I mean, do you expect Chapstor and Zai to be able to slow Zayana's early game up quite a lot?
This is a really good lane, really strong lane versus the Dazzle and the Phantom Lancer. You have a very hard time securing last hits versus this. Mars always just going to bully you. Every time you walk up for last hit, you eat a Fire Spirit / Rebuke. I do think this is going to be a bit of a tough one for OG up here.
No, we'll see. Because, I mean, obviously last game, OG, they had a couple of rough side lanes. It did not matter in the grand scheme of things.
It did. It did not. That's true. And we see there are 3 denies up top. 2 range creep denies already coming out for Zai and Yapsor. So really solid for the first 2 waves. 8 last hits on Nisha. He gets every single one of them in the mid lane. But we do see bottom. Matu able to secure 6 of them. He's actually hasn't missed a single CS yet on Matu down bottom either. Okay. He still has the 2 creeps from the first wave.
Is under attack.
Where we go?
Hasn't missed one yet.
Another
Hasn't missed one yet.
Perfect CS here from Mr. Matumbamat.
Seb also has only missed... Okay, now he's missed 2.
Oh.
Yeah, lanes look again like they should be quite Secret favored. Mid is going to be that trade farm, of course. Thompson going to be able to maybe even put a little bit more harassment than usual onto Nisha.
Now we're going Nisha. Let's refill.
Yep.
Continue to spam the lane. I reckon, yeah, we'll probably stay pretty close, pretty hard free bit. Zero to get a kill.
Has been
Seb,
killed.
a little bit of slip up there with his courier. Does get his gloves delivered, but does lose it as Matu not missing one yet.
Still not missed a CS.
He just, one of them got pulled away. You saw the range creep cycle.
That doesn't count.
It's not dead yet.
Yeah.
But he's going to miss that one because it's all the way on the side. Puppy misses the last hit on the top.
Underneath the tower here. Continuing to hit perfect last hits.
Yeah. Seb, he's going to actually just use the acid spray away from the lane for now to farm the pull camp since it is available. He doesn't want Puppy to be able to pull the lane and just get more experience. But that does mean, Puppy, he's going to leave the XP in the lane to Matu, so this is going to be a very high-level slaughter cup for this laning start. And
pretty much an entire 2 waves that he got solo.
And look at Ana. He's got 7 last hits. It's not an easy one for him.
I mean, I feel like we've seen this so many times with Ana. Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get CS in lane. It really doesn't. We've seen it so many times. This is just how Ana starts the game, you know. He likes to sort of handicap himself, you know, give the enemy an advantage.
That's just he's getting really bullied from the Fire Spirits. He has to use Doppel again. Spear to try to secure a creep and still doesn't get the range creep too. They have 6 denies on Zai. A lot of these are range creeps as well. Trying to get the side pull off. No-Tail, he does need to get this one to be able to reset lane. They can farm easier on Ana, but no, he won't be able to. Secret 1k gold advantage already here off the start. Saksa does have to be a little careful down bottom. To actually not going for the pounce play, not even attempting it. Too many creeps onto him. Yeah, it's a really nice setup though. The Warlock and the Slark. Yeah, Acid Spray's annoying, but not versus Warlock, Puppy. Just heals him up. He even buys a Headdress. Other thing to point out that we did see from Puppy this time around.
All right. I'll make sure he has that increased sustain for the 2 of them.
Yep.
You can see this sort of damage over time with sprays laid down on the ground.
Yeah, Zeus actually coming out a bit ahead in the mid lane. Didn't think that would happen. I thought it would be pretty much dead even. It's just like this farm lane, but...
Yeah, I guess just able to do a bit of a better job pushing the lane out. Not missing CS into the tower. Top lane.
Whoop. He's got the Doppel. Did they get him anyway? No. Yep, sorry. He's trying for it.
All right, we'll give him the dive and another spirit. So some good additional damage still laid down onto Ana. Ana's prepared with the salve. Put some charges on the ones as well, but just a lot of pressure onto Ana. Secret making sure that he does not have an easy lane.
Nope. Anisha just going for the full farm build that we've seen in the past on these Zeuses. 302, near level 6. So OG does have to make sure they keep themselves healthy in these next few moments because a Zeus ult could just knock them down. And it's going to be, they have to watch out also the Fatal Bond down bottom. Stocks to tied to stab with a Zeus ult. He could just die immediately when Nisha does hit 6s. It's about to come out here, and now he is. So let's see if Secret does go for an opportunity with that Zeus ult available. They're going to try. There it is.
It's going to get Ana and No-Tail, of course, low as well. Zai trying to get in position. He'll be able to find the spear there. Onto the tree. A perfect angle found from Zai. And No-Tail also might take out underneath the tower. Yapsel dives in. See down bottom. Saxa able to make it away. The Shadow Word not quite enough to take him out.
But Yapsel dies to the tower.
Yeah, he really wanted No-Tail. Was not quite able to get him.
Bit ambitious there, for sure. Gets taken out, and OG, they did need this kill. You know, this start is quite rough here in the lanes for them. And it is a much greedier...
Zai knows how low No-Tail is. He sort of came around there, seeing if he could catch No-Tail with the combo, but No-Tail's fine. Salve and clarity out on him as well, so he'll be able to stick in the lane.
Yeah, Greed definitely getting punished, though.
Dire are scanning.
See what moves Thompson's able to make around the map to secure something. Yapsor, ooh! He tries to dive in for it. Yapsor might just get punished himself here.
He may be in a lot of trouble. That's the back of a Puppy.
Okay.
Puppy actually going to use the Shadow Word aggressively. Thompson turns with the kisses, trying to take down Yapsor. We'll be able to bring him down. He'll lose his life in return for it as Nisha steps across, adds that extra bit of firepower to get the kill. Saxa trying to run down Nisha.
Can't quite get him.
No, not quite enough damage here. We'll lay down a ward, see what he can see going on behind the tower. Doesn't have a TP.
They kind of know he's over here, though, still.
He might get the courier on the way back.
Nisha, he does have his bottle filled up, though. He's going to get one hit onto it. Saxa. Won't be able to get anything down here. Matu, free lane. That's what that means.
Oh, he still get it.
Oh, is he actually still going to get it?
He still gets the courier, sticks around, and Nisha assumes he's gone away.
Does mean, though, rotation from the Lion means that Matu has a free lane down bottom. He's had the free lane for the most part with the backup of the Warlock anyway. Now he is 6, so he'll be able to keep regenning when he goes into the fog line.
Well, Sax has just been annoying around him, making sure that Nisha can't like head over and kill off the small camp.
And look at this approach. So Zai, he's playing versus PLs, he's playing versus Illusions. What do you buy? Vanguard. Even if you're a Mars, you're the offlaner. Very efficient Vanguard pickup this game.
All right.
If they're able to get the, the items, as we like to call them, versus PL, they will be able to sustain through them, your Crimson Guard, Shivas, etc.
Sure.
All these big pickups will be strong. They don't have a Radiant Spire, of course. They can't go for something like that, but yeah, that's got to make Zai able to just play alone.
Well, in the mid, Thompson just laying down some kisses. He's not going to find anything with that. As they want Sax.
They really want him.
You know, Sax has kind of just been chilling behind the tier 1.
But there's like no stun.
I mean, he's making... Look at the space that Sax is making.
Oh, does hit the stun onto Nisha.
He's got a stick charge as well, so he can keep running.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Space created.
Yep.
Textbook.
Rune, who's gonna get it? Ooh, it's gonna spawn top. It's a regen.
Yeah, Topson's gonna be very happy that didn't fall into the hands of Nisha Zeus.
Yep. How's their stacks looking? Seb doesn't quite have any for himself, just starting his own individual double stacking with those were from just the lane that they had been pulling earlier. So we see top no tail farming that one. Upson getting burned down a little bit, but he's just fine. And yeah, look at Zai. Like, he takes 0 damage under the tower here. He is poison touched with the tower beating on him, with the PL beating on him, but
I think that
he's got a Vanguard.
I don't think he can die. They're really going to try.
He's slowly burning. The poison touch is really annoying.
He's going to try and turn a little bit. Drops the arena, locks the 2 of them in there.
Off the mark. Poison touch still on him. And he's dead. They actually are able to chase them out.
It took a lot. It took a lot, but they had enough.
And they forced the... I mean, that's a Mars ult used as well, too. I cannot believe they actually chased him out anyway, even though he has Vanguard.
Yeah, Ana and Notel keeping it cool up here. Making sure to not get bullied there by Zai's attempt to just simply walk in and underneath the tower.
And Ana gets the last hit, too. Very important for him. Slowly trickling himself back up into this net worth. Of course, going to be behind Matumba Man significantly, but that will happen. As Sab, he's already got the component starting to work on these double stacks, too.
Oh, there we go as well.
Oh, aggressive.
Having his first item done. The Blink Dagger rush straight up here for the mid-snap fire this game. So easily, I imagine, going to be the fastest that we've seen on this era.
Yeah.
So, not usually seeing the rush. Just popping the kisses again in an attempt to get the D push going.
Okay. Side. Poison touch again. Being very annoying. Cookie.
I mean,
they have the damage. They just do.
The 3 of them. Yeah, the minus armor stacking up, of course.
All right.
Same time down bottom, Matu was able to take down the tower, take out Saxa. OG making some good moves as a unit. And bullying Zaya a couple of times now where, I mean, that's definitely got to hurt a bit, right? You've gone in for this Vanguard purchase, but it's not actually saved you in a couple of situations.
No, and now Ana is recovered, and Notel, he's got Medallion and bad Juju, so your Vanguard actually is not as effective as usual, because Vanguard works better when you have actual armor, but now he has none. It's Hobson.
Lovely little moves there. Gets them with just the tip of the scatter blast, sets up with the illusion and the cookie in to chase down Nisha. Notel, he'll try and give his life here to give Thompson the space to get out.
His blink's getting cancelled. The Shadow Word.
They're going to drop the rock as well. Make sure that Thompson doesn't get out of this. So Secret, they'll be able to clean up the 2 of them as Matu starts to build up the permanent stacks.
Big important target. Now Matu, he's going to know that there's ward vision down here too. Or he should, as he's walking and his Shadow Dance was not active. So they should know that there is vision around here as we see Puppy start to work on the stacks that he did bring out earlier with his Golem. He's going to farm a triple stack. Making the move toward top. Nisha wants to slow down Ana a bit, who, as we said, completely recovered off of that kill.
As we've come used to sort of seeing from Ana every time. It really doesn't matter that first 5 minutes of laning. Ana will pretty much recover every single time.
Yeah, and Zai definitely have to be kicking himself a little bit just for giving up those kills. After he gets Vanguard, he probably felt like, man, I'm immortal now. But yeah, definitely going to be showing that he is a lot more vulnerable. Max Poison Touch now finished also on Notel.
Thompson, quick blink, dodge out the spit.
Here he's tanky. And he does catch the 2 of them because of it.
Oh, but Thompson's out with the cookie.
Nice cookie.
He's able to jump over the wall, get himself to safety. Saxa will fall, but OG able to make sure they don't lose anything bigger here.
And OG, they do have to be careful when this many heroes turn up. As we mentioned, OG, this time around, not really having this big team fight lineup. So I feel like when Secret, they do have like 4 or 5, it's going to be much harder as the kisses.
We're seeing as well, Thompson just very happy to just lay down kisses to sort of keep Secret on their toes. Not really looking to save the ultimate for any big engagement, because I guess as the mid, he knows most of the time when he's needed in a rush. He's got to be the man to jump in on the front line, so more than happy to just throw down the kisses and just try and shake Secret up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's just team fights are really not what they're looking for. They're looking for these like small little engagements like this.
Straight in.
Catch.
Very nice setup there with 2-man scatter blast down the cookie's eye. Trying to turn, gets the spear off onto Ana. Will manage to clip into the tree. Matu's in, pounces forward. Has he got enough control? But the grave comes out. Ana will be saved here. Notel able to get Ana back to safety. Saxon just walks in, a finger to the face of Zai as Zai falls yet again. OG to take another kill.
Oh, so close, Thompson.
Dire's middle tower is under
and
attack.
he actually survives.
Shadow Wave.
I mean, these heals, and as we saw there, clutch save from No-Tail.
Did he get salved up or something? Just healed up while they were going for kills?
Something did heal him up a considerable amount there before that.
Yeah, because that ulti came out, but Tango's.
Really doing it there for Anna. No-Tail backing him up, keeping him alive.
They kept the tower alive. That's the important thing. Even though Secret, they brought the whole unit with these big ultis up there, they still were able to keep it up as... Let's see, is it a salve that did keep him up? Or is it just Tangos? Okay, they just keep him up with Tangos. And,
2 HP!
So low.
2 HP, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it.
Oh my God.
2 HP. I saw it. You saw it. We all saw it. 2
Everything.
HP.
Strength tread.
Oh, it's 1. It was 1 HP.
It was
Oh my goodness, 1 HP, ladies and gentlemen. Take a print screen.
Are you kidding me? Seb, he tries to defend the tower a little bit longer.
All right.
Oh, 1 HP.
1 HP. Oh my goodness. You don't get any closer than that.
Oh, look at this. Interesting.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He doesn't
is under
rush.
attack.
Yeah.
What we got?
He rushed the pipe.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So the overwhelming magic damage. He's actually gone for a pipe for his team to be able to fight around him, perhaps.
Nice. It is all magic, really.
It is all magic from us.
All magic.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Pipe
under
of
attack.
Insight's going to offer that answer.
Yep, the magic resistor is going to always be nice for the PL.
Is under attack.
And as we said, you know, it's not really the same sort of time where an Ags on the Snapfire Rush is going to be... Yeah, it's not what it once was.
No, and it's...
So the Ags has fallen down in priority. You have got some great Ags on the team, but nothing that I feel Seb would have really wanted to rush out super fast. This pipe, this sort of more utility build-up, is going to offer a lot more for his team at this stage.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is definitely cool. And he's not even going to build it next. He's going to just go for his own item build. Next is Medallion, then he's going to go for an Halberd, it looks like, if he does complete for this too. So just looking for his own game rather than buffing up. As we said, you know, Monkey King, Gyro, those are the 2 big ones that we've seen. Also the Slark that we saw stolen from Secret. Those are the big Ags carriers. So yeah.
And at least with this, he can turn up to the team fight, because if he's walking around with an empty inventory and an Ags on someone, he's just going to be free food to the team fight combo of Secret. They get to jump on Saxa. See Matu trying to step up for more. He's going to look to get on top of Seb, but there's Thompson in with the blast, trying to push Matu back. Matu doesn't want to dive any further. They're back behind the safety of the tier 2 tower. OG Secret will back off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Waiting for somebody to walk up here. They have so much team fight, as we've said, some Secret. Thompson, he's just going to throw those. He doesn't reveal himself, though.
Matu's going to run straight in. He's going to try and commit with the pounce straight away onto Thompson. Thompson gets the cookie off. Will stun Matu momentarily over to the side of the arena. Catches No-Tail.
Now Seb.
He's in a bit of an awkward spot here. If they got any way of getting him out, I don't think so. They're going to pop the egg. Seb stepping away. Thompson, he's able to touch it.
He gets it.
Put over. Thompson. He's got the attacks to take it out. And Seb, he's actually fine. They had the backup coming in for OG. Another cookie comes into play. Anna's trying to commit. A great stuff for the high ground comes out from Saxa into the concoction. They hold back Matuma Man. Anna's going to be able to jump up to the high ground. He is away.
My God. Such good hold of the tower there. Zai stepping up too far over his bounds, and the egg. Gotta watch out when you're playing versus Little Shredder.
Yeah, it's going to get taken out every single time. Thompson's going to be quick on it, and very hard to really evident because he has that blink. He's always going to be able to position himself in range of the egg.
And when you have like just no stuns really on your team, the only stun you have is Zai. That's the only one that you have to cover, him or the wall. It has to be one or the other to be able to protect that egg for themselves. As Saxa, he's going to have a really early blink tag on how often these last big kills.
Quick, yeah. Being able to survive through some of that last bit of action.
They're doing such a good job of holding these towers as long as possible versus overwhelming team fight is the miraculous thing right now from OG. Sure. They don't have that overwhelming team fight on their lineup. They're just doing it through sheer brute forcing and just these constant Mortimer kisses. Like Thompson just throwing it out there.
To get these wards away, Matu. He's got to hold back a little bit. Try and take this tier 1 tower down before they start diving. Zai, he's got the arena good to go again. Secret can get another team fight brewing. She's coming out. Straight away, Zai. He's getting fully focused here. The kisses, they might just do it. Zai's ticking down. He's off to the side. The blast from Thompson takes him out. Zai to fall yet again at the start of the fight. The Thundergod draft comes down. They'll bring down Stacks and Thompson in with the cookie, holding back Matu. He uses himself as well to make sure Matu can't find a target. Anna's going to run it, but Anna immediately gets pounded. If he's back up and he's going to get it, Notel in with the save as he keeps Anna alive. They turn, take down Matumba. Another fight where OG are able to outdo the overall team fight from Secret, despite Secret being the team with the bigger ultimates.
They keep the tower alive still, Owen. It's 17 minutes.
Under attack.
Secret cannot push forward. They didn't have every ulti. They didn't have all the mana. They get brought down from the rotation. That's the defusal with the PL showing up here. Now he's got a hood too. Somehow they're just taking these fights. Even though they're into all these ults, Secret, they're not layering them well. They're not layering them properly. OG just out team fighting them time and time again with the less team fight. That's how impressive it really is.
It's just another game as well where Zai's really getting nothing. And, I mean, you got to say it right. He's probably kicking himself for this Vanguard purchase. It's not done anything for his game at all here.
No, and you can, I mean, the idea of why he got it made sense too, right? Into this PL, you can see why he'd want to, but just playing a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident, OG punishing him for it. They do have good magic damage, and look, Sock's a blink dagger. He's got finger ready again.
Oh.
Free kills if they ever get on top of Nisha.
Oh, Nisha.
And here he is.
Thompson, he's got him. Boom.
Boom.
He's gone.
Erased.
Quick zap, and Saxa gives himself another stack. 3 stacks of the finger damage now, and already Notel starting to poke into Zai. Zai, the cookie setup, won't quite get in range for the stun. Zai.
Look at Zai's armor. Like the Juju and the medallion, he just keeps hitting negative.
They've got the damage from the kisses coming in as well. Zai's in a whole load of trouble here. They are able to change stun and Zai down yet again.
Uh-oh. 3K lead now already. OG. Now they swing the PL, as you said, who had a rough time in the start. They're fully recovered, and it really doesn't matter.
I mean, we are saying OG, they just don't care about the lanes. They don't care about the lanes. They don't care about the laning stage. You know, it doesn't mean anything to them. These mid-game moves, again, against the lineup, you know, we say Secret with their heroes, you expect big stuff at this point of the game. Secret, so far, they've struggled to bring it out. OG have outplayed them.
They struggle to, like you said, like layer their ultimates in the right way, right? Like the Golem, the Egg, as well as the Mars ult, they're just not connecting. They're not getting the spell connection whatsoever.
That's not what you want to see.
Nope.
That's Golem gone.
And they're just going to chase forward to try to get something here. Can they catch on to though? Close, but not quite.
They've got so much backup again. Notel just constantly in position to provide the safety if required.
Yeah, Zai's just so far behind now. Like he said, he's the only real catch for them here.
OG's ready to hit back with the smoke.
Sure are.
They know there's no Golem. Part of the team fight gone.
Yapster is very farmed because of the fact that there is a struggle coming out.
Oh, Thompson
finds him again?
He finds him in the trees! They hunt down Nisha. I guess he knew he was sort of playing on the side of the map. He just went straight for him in the tree line. I don't know if we saw maybe nuke out the creep wave, but they knew he was there. They knew his exact position there. Thompson just straight on top of him.
OG's starting to run away with this. Like this PL getting so much space, Alk getting so much space too, and yeah, let's see this. He's pinging him. He knows. Yeah, he showed in the way, but Nisha, he hung around for a second, but Thompson, he gets on him. 0.4.
I mean, it's those sort of moves that when you made it, you've got to sort of, hands on the cube and say, well, what can I do? Yep. If he's going to hunt me down like that, how on earth do you survive out on the map if Thompson's going to be able to find you every time like that?
And with such an interesting build too, something I've never seen. Like the Blink I've seen a couple times, but Blink and Yules, just brown boots from your mid laner. Definitely not seen this.
No, this is the sort of build, where Thompson, he knows that he's having a good game, and these are just the perfect items to sort of just get a whole lot achieved on your own, especially when you're
he's on top of Yapsword. He's going for him as well by himself. Can't quite finish him off, but gets him down to 300 HP. Now Yapsword has to panic, go back to base.
Gets them
and they're getting Roche.
Yeah, gives the space here for Anna.
And they've got the double. They've got the medallion, they've got the solar crest, so the buff ups minus armors is all gonna be there. The Jujus as well. And now he is gonna start queuing out those Aghanim himself.
Got to do something about this Secret. He's going to catch Notel, but Notel's able to get the self-shallow grave off. Anna's still trying to commit to finish off Roche, who's going to be able to take it. Thompson as well. They get it. OG's able to take both the Roche, get the edges onto Anna, and now Anna's ready to start cleaning up kills. Stays on top of Zai. Zai goes down once more. Stun out. Think of the figure off for Yapsor. He's not going to be even able to get the egg off. As Anna is not even going to fall the once. He's able to push on here. The heals from Notel keeping him alive. Matu's got to run.
But Sox is there.
He's waiting on the high ground. He's more than ready for Matu to enter straight into his face. He's got the Hex. They've got the catch. Matu to go down once again, as once more OG just completely outplaying Secret in the engagement.
Every single time. Saksa, this time he knows. He's like, all right, guys, we got to watch out. Yapsor comes in with the egg. Nope, just kidding. Get the full control, get the burst. And Nisha, he's not even there for the fight. Trying to get his farm online. OG, they really are
cool down, I guess, yeah.
Snowballing out of control here in this game. Just such better execution inside of these team fights.
That was genius.
5k lead now, stun out. What we're seeing on the XP, because we saw last time the gold was, you know, it's not a huge amount, but the XP was even more. Is that the same here?
Same thing again. Here. It's over 12k XP advantage
12K
for OJ.
XP at 23 minutes.
With an Alchemist on
a lot.
the team. That is insane.
That's a lot.
That is indeed. He's already got 2 components of that Aghanims too, and now, you know, that's when it becomes more effective, is in later stages when you do get these Ags for the Snapfire, as it does increase the potency when you get your ultimate levels.
That's all 4 of... I feel like the other 3 heroes have got a pretty good case for Ags themselves over Thompson, you know. Lion Ags is amazing.
You really want the Lion
Ags on the PL is amazing. Honestly, I think you could make an argument for No-Tail's Ags being pretty huge. No-Tail's already been able to get off so much in the fight. The AoE Dispel... Now, as the panel mentioned, it's super nice to get the Fatal Bonds and the Fire Spirits.
And it's not even just the AoE Dispel, maybe just the increased healing, too. It does also increase the heal by 100. We're already seeing damage issues from Secret. Like, if they just have plus, like, 285 on each...
that could be the big play.
I think so,
give it to No-Tail.
There could be an opportunity for him, for sure.
Yeah, we'll see.
And then his stats also. Like, they couldn't kill this Dazzle a couple of times when they're focusing him. Throw some stats on top. I mean, we'll see who ends up getting it, but there's arguments.
I thought that'd be the big brain move, but maybe Thompson, you know... He's having a pretty good game. So if Thompson wants the Aghanims, he gets the Aghanims, you know. Of course, there could definitely be the potential for some great saves. And you know, as we're seeing, Secret, they've got a lot of sort of backline heroes, especially with Nisha as the Zeus. Thompson's able to shoot someone straight on top of Nisha, then the fight's probably going to be over.
Yeah, it is. It might just be 2 value, right, to get on top of this Zeus, who has no way to protect himself, right? He's gone straight for Aghanims, Lens. So sure, he can sit far back, but if you have something that just gets right on top of you, yeah, it could be a problem. Secret yet to get a fight where they coordinate all their ults up, and the only egg that we've seen was killed solo by Thompson. Yes. Haven't got an opportunity for a second one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think even in that last situation where Yapsor was burst, even if he did get it off, it probably was going to be killed pretty quickly by OG. Very hard to get a successful egg off this game.
Zai has Blink now, so finally he does have a form of initiation rather than just walking and dying. Thompson.
Yours does the drop.
He's got the Blink.
Oh, the Blink!
Oh, that's all 3 ults.
Oh, that's all 3 ults! That's 3 ults done and gone. Nothing achieved there by Secret. They've got to run.
Oh my god. Actually, technically it's like 4 because they throw the Nimbus. 3.5 ults here.
They're still going to try and get the catch here.
Nice spear.
There we get Saxa. Man is moving in onto Puppy. The Grave comes out. Saxa's still alive. He's able to get the finger off onto Puppy. Saxa, he's got his job done. It doesn't matter if he dies. Now he's already got his spells off. Sai's going to get taken out by Thompson. You see the buyback from Puppy OG. They're ready for the reset. They start to back off. Fatal Bonds is out. Matty trying to move it onto No-Tail's step. He's got the concoction ready to go. Throws it back towards Matumba. Thompson will die to the Fatal Bond damage. They've lost Thompson. No-Tail go for the Grave and the TP out. They got any damage to catch him? They do. They got the leash. Matu comes in with the pounce. They'll be able to catch another. Anna.
He's holding his ground.
Go for Nisha. The illusion's moving in. Nisha trying to run. The glimmer comes out. Nisha now to step up the side. Seb looking for a target for the concoction. Matu's going to start poking away at him. Concoction will hold back Matsu. But Secret, they're getting a fair few kills out of this and they're not quite done yet. Matu gets the catch onto Seb. Secret will be able to finally get that punch back as they take down 4.
And he saves his buddy. The depth shroud from Matumba Man to save the Zeus, getting that Shadow Dance regen while the PL is nearly finishing him off. Great move from Matu to bail him out.
Man, that was, it must have just been that because I thought that was a glimmer, but you're right indeed. It's the sharp from Slark. Which is absolutely going to make a difference against these heroes that are trying to stay on top of one another.
Yeah, now maybe he can actually protect them, like his backline, because his backline is having severe problems, but now Matu.
Try and go on to Ada. Thompson's here with the backup. Ada in trouble.
Oh, the bounce.
Forced to the side, another doppelganger. Ada, he's still alive.
He's actually, he's burning.
No-Tail can't get there in time. So Ada will fall. Matu's able to get the kill, but Matu is running out of mana and Thompson's ready to chase with Saxa and No-Tail. The Nimbus is dropped down though. Matu, he's maybe thinking about turning back over towards Thompson. He heads over towards Saxa. Saxa turns with the controller, has the stun, but they've got no further burst here on OG. They've got to keep running as Matu chases down Saxa. The Grave will come out. Saxa forced as well up to the high ground. Saxa will live. They're able to get him out of there, but Secret with that move, they push and they get another kill, taking down Anna.
Yeah, really taking and seizing opportunity of those 33 Essence shift sacks and just the stick overall, him getting this little bit of mana bolt, I think, too. I couldn't actually, no, it wasn't the Warlock, but it was just his stick charges that ended up building up his mana, but able to get some decent punch back there. Now, even getting some damage on the tower, potentially finishing it off, too.
Well, we're separating by the fountain. Looks like he's going to be giving the first dags to Ana to buff up his game a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is all about the PL at the end of the day, but
you got to make sure Ana has the best game possible.
And this will be the first time I get to see it. I have not gotten to see this one in a professional game just yet. Use it the first time. Maybe just test it out as we just see them left inside the fountain.
I mean, you're probably right. You know, it isn't something that I imagine Ana would be building himself every day, so a bit of a rare occurrence to get to play with it here.
Yep, doesn't mean that's not cooldown for 40 seconds. Slaughter on the front.
To get the dark back up to time. Now the goal's right down. This time, that's the combo we've been looking for. That's the team fight that they've been trying to find for pretty much the entire game, and they get it there. Everything drops down. 3 heroes on OG immediately explode, and they're going to be able to get even more. Jump over towards Notel. He'll grave himself, but Matty's punching away, building up the SMG stacks. A secret. They take down 4.
After whiffing all 3 ultimates this time, they get a beautiful connection. They died so fast, though, and that was an insta-death from 3 heroes.
Absolutely, just wiped off the screen.
OG not respecting that high ground, just walking right into it. Now 2 tier 2s taken for Secret.
Look at this again.
And they just walked right into it. Look how fast they died.
We got the Golem boom, the Sunray burning, of course the overwhelming damage there from Zeus. Powered up by the bonds and it all, and they just evaporate.
And all bounded and a veil as well too, because we did see Yapsor pick that one up quite early on. The damage is overwhelming. They still do have to be careful, OG. Walking into those high grounds blind.
Big moves here. Zai as well, really starting to make the recovery. Had an incredibly tough early mid game here, but we can see as long as he gets the ult off, he can still provide that huge setup.
As long as he's able to just get in the front lines here and actually get the ult. Yeah, he allows Puppey to get everything off as well as that Phoenix. Yes, he's 0-8. So it really is the full sacrificial lamb. Last time, you know, he was, what, 4-16
I mean,
as that Mars,
this is what we see, you know, and it wins them games. It doesn't, you know...
Tops in.
He stepped up.
He did.
Oh,
and he's easy
Matu, he's just racking up the stacks here.
My God. Yeah, he's level 22 now as well.
Ana.
And without Thompson, Matu's just running right in with this Glimmer.
I mean, he's ready to charge.
Ana.
Oh, they're going to catch with the arena if they got his spear, though. Ana, he's been pounced. They're in onto it. Matu, he's going to get Hex for now. They've got the control. The finger comes out. They have a first Yapsor. Yapsor dives in on the front lines, but Sax is able to take him down. Matu moving in with the Shadow Dance over towards Seb. Seb falls back to safety, but Matu's going to continue to chase on. Concoction cooking up. Matu hiding the shrouds.
What a stun from Soxa. Maybe a little bit of luck there as Zapsor dives into it and gets clipped by the Nurse Spike into a finger.
Oh,
Zai looking to go again.
Instant Hexo from Saxter in return. 5 seconds, Thompson's going to be back up and ready to TP in and get involved. Secret's got to be a little prepared for this.
He's poking them. Their ultra's still cooldown.
Trying their best to heal him up. The death trap being dropped down, trying to protect him. Saxon with the Hex. He's found the Hex on the Matu. Saxa, he's got the controls. Matu still able to get out with the Dark Pact to the bounce in time. But Mana's chasing. The Mana's getting taken away. Another stun for Saxa. He catches Matumba Man.
Puppey gets caught. Thompson able to just get the stun connection onto him.
This is going to be another one here on the defense here for OG as Secret. And they've got themselves a few nice team fights in a row. But OG continue to show how well they can kick back as again, 30 minutes in with 21-23, less than 1k gold in it. We're yet again seeing a game where, like game 1, we're absolutely going to have a lot of these back and forth fights here. Because once more, at this stage of the game, no telling of who's going to take it as close as it can be right now.
And it's all up to these clutch little usages. Soxa, those last 2 stuns, that last control, beautifully done. Getting the Phoenix, getting the end control there onto Matu. Excellently done. 50 seconds, no Warlock, 40, no respawn there from Matu, but they're actually maybe looking for the fight anyway.
They've got the finger ready to go here.
This Roche dies too fast, though. The heals, the medallion, the solar crest, it's being brought down way too quickly.
They can't get here in time, Secret.
No.
There we go. Shard is going to be able on to grab it.
Let's go to Notel. Yeah, now he's got the poison touch hex.
All right, that's another hex to throw into the mix, and there's the jump. They found Zai
again
in the trees. They've caught him.
They got a finger.
They do. There we go, another stack here for Saxa. 7 stacks. He's just about to hit the level 18 as well.
Under attack.
His health too, 2,040 HP.
He's a tanky lion.
Very nice.
And with the psychic headband too as well. It's an insane amount of catch. Ether lens money nearly done as well, thanks to these kill involvements the Sax has been getting in on. Gonna have some phenomenal catch.
And they're breaking up a bit of that team fight. Zai being dead for 25. Rest of the ultimates are available here for Secret, but without Zai, they cannot look to make any type of plays. He is so adamant. He's so crucial to all of their setup.
Top tower is under attack.
And Ana, he's starting to approach the big item, the heart. If he's able to get that one, I think they're gonna really start having problems with him. The rest of the heroes, sure, they'll probably still be able to kill them almost instantly if they get the connection, but PL, pretty scary. Ana? There, he is very alone.
All right, that's one way to cancel a TP and cancel a man's life there. As he is gone. See if they can do it a second time round though. The backup starts to move in for Ana. Seb. Concoction outside, still with the spear, but Seb's pretty tanky here. Matu's going to look to move in with the halberd from Seb. Disarms Matu straight away. The turn with the stun, gets Seb forced out to the side, he's ready to throw the concoction back in onto Matu. Dark Power removes both that and the Hex from the poison touch. Xana's trying to chase.
He wants to get these longer team fights, just constantly throwing those spears out so he can burn the mana, build up the army a little bit.
He's pushing Secret all the way back to the high ground mindset. Matu actually sort of thinking about stepping back in on this. We get caught out by the Hex. Ana trying to run in onto Zai. Top of the dodge the pounce. He's in onto Pump. Ana's getting nuked out so low. Pop the cheese. Ana back up to a decent amount of HP. No-tail comes in with a save. Jump onto the high ground. Thompson. He's in onto the egg, but he doesn't have nearly enough damage. He can't take out the supernova in time. As the stun goes off. Catches No-tail. Catches Thompson. Thompson tries to cookie away, but they've got him here. Thompson will try and run up to the high ground, but they'll see him as Secret. They'll take. Oh!
Still likely to get caught. Zai's got him.
Yeah.
And Zai. Wait, Matu.
Might
be controlled. He got split from his team.
He split himself from the team there, running down mid. Can they get more from this? I mean, Ana's going to still be good to go. They get the stun out onto Zai. They're going to get Zai, but as well, they get both of them. Matu and Zai throwing their lives away down the mid.
After doing such a big play too, Zai, he actually, as soon as Thompson blinks out to high ground to focus egg, he bulwarks. So he actually absorbed the hits from the little shredder.
Saxa. A lovely curry you've got there. Would be a shame if someone was to take it away. No bloodstone
like
for you.
Bloodstone, yeah.
He would have had it. 300 gold, 200 gold away from the point booster. Saxa continuing to be a real thorn in the side of Secret.
And we're continuing to just get chaos. It's OG.
Nisha.
With just the 2 heroes still looking for more.
He knows he's in here.
Radiant's top tower
won't quite find him though. Saxa always going for the jump.
Oh my god, okay.
The psychic headband and the ether lens. He's got a long reach with his Seb.
Tier 2s though.
Ana's charging in. They're with the stun. They're on the Nisha gets completely collapsed upon. Yapso's gone as well. I mean, this poking from OG just doesn't stop. And Secret, they sort of, their attention strays away or loses for a little bit of time, and OG is so quick to punish it. You can't lose focus here playing against OG, because they'll hit you hard. OG now bouncing up an 8k lead with those sort of back-to-back catches. We have Matu and Zai getting caught in the mid lane. Yaps or Nisha getting straight dove up top as they lose 4 big heroes up and down the map.
OG is just, in this game in particular, they're doing so good about these little skirmishes, playing around these big ultimates. Now, Secret, when they respawn, they'll have them, but OG, they've done so much damage of just getting these frequent kills, just splitting up the map, splitting up the fights. Ana, up to the high ground here.
Level 23 and into 24.
Yep. He's got the heart.
Up and down.
He's got the Elven Tunic as well.
How do you stop this?
Radiant structures are
the invasion obviously now with the butterfly helping out a little bit against these illusions. Matu still trying to step up, but it's still 20 seconds, no Nisha.
There's so many of these illusions that it's...
And apart from that, every other team they versus look pretty convincing. So coming into it, how are we feeling about the SMG and South Build matchup?
I feel like SMG, since they've made that roster change with Mushi out, Rogi in, it's been looking pretty good. I mean, Nia, for mine, has been outperforming all expectations. I always felt like he was a bit of a You know, he's kind of like a B- when it comes to like all of the mids within the Southeast Asian region, but there have been a couple of games where he has straight up carried the game. And, you know, a lot of people would think that it might be the mid one show. Hasn't really been. You know, he's been playing solidly, but Nia, for mine, has been overperforming, and it's great to see.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, definitely, because this is a player that has been around in the thick of things, kind of through, you know, some of these lower teams, but now, you know, maybe like look at the experience he has on that team. KP, Bid One, Arfu, Roger's been around for a while as well, so maybe just picking up a little things. The team is, you know, supporting him, and you know, we're seeing him, like you said, he's playing incredibly well, and it's good to see, because I've always liked watching him play.
10 seconds remaining.
And now with how he's been shining, it's going to be exciting. But we take a look at the
5
opener.
seconds
SMG,
remaining.
a lot of emphasis. They're going to get rid of some tanky heroes in the Timber and the DK, and they go for the Enchantress. How do you feel of the Enchantress overall right now?
I feel like it's good. I feel like it's underpicked a fair amount. Just being able to have that offensive dispel is really useful, and I feel like it's underutilized a fair amount. I'm a little confused, to be honest, with the bans coming through for SMG, because as an Enchantress, if you want to build it, like we've even seen Neon do it as a position 3, right, with CTM playing it, where you've got that impetus damage and it's pure damage. So kind of similar to the OD Arcane Orb, you don't care about Timber having a ton of armor. You don't care about the DK having a ton of armor. So if it does get later on, you can put a lot of pressure on, but this must just mean that it's more likely to be a position 5, maybe a 4. We've seen that a couple of times where, you know, you're just securing the laning stage for something perhaps a little bit greedier.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that the Enchantress can really open up in a draft, with how you can go for this more greedy type of position 1. We could see mid 1 just go for his hero now in this 8th pick heading into the ban. In fact, they're going to go for more than likely the Arfu Elder Titan. It can bounce back and forth if even Roger wants to play it as a 5, but going for the double support opener here.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of the ordinary. It's not 100% revealed where exactly this Tiny is going to be yet, right? Mirana's basically the only confirmed like position 4. We've seen it occasionally played as like a 3 or a 2, but I think it's lost every time. I think one time a Chinese team played it at the major as a mid, and I think it worked. But since then, every single other time it's been a core has sucked. Whereas Tiny, it could be anywhere, essentially. I think even, again, on Neon, Januel played it as a 5, and it ended up working for them. So Tiny is basically the only hero right now that can be played in every single position in the game, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it really is, and it's kind of surprising, because I thought with that multiplier change to the Avalanche Toss combo that we were going to see it a little bit less as a support. I know people were trying Arteezy was trying a little bit as a 1 because with the tree grab buffs and in the toolkit as well. But you know, Tiny just still seems like it's never really stays too far out of the meta. It's always in and about.
And with the Tiny being picked up as well, right? I talk about that different flexibility. It leaves them open to do something like a Medusa draft, because you play this Tiny as a position 1, you get a good amount of farm, but you actually rotate and do something with it and allow the Medusa to just sit back and, you know, do a thing, farm the Tri-Camp. And, you know, you've got a Mirana as well. It's some good roaming potential. All you need is that Blink Dagger, blink in, have a toss, into the arrow. Any hero is dead. Actually ban out the Medusa themselves. All right, so maybe that's not what they're wanting to do. Maybe it's a Tiny mid. You know, again, flexibility. That's what we're talking about here. And, you know, it leaves multiple options available for them. I do like the IO ban, though. IO Elder Titan, I think, is still an incredibly strong lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's always something. We saw it last season, even in the lower division, where I think it was 0-2 that played it a couple times.
In Your Dream was playing the position 4 at the time, I think, but he rotated to be a 5, paired together with, I want to say, Miracle, Mizu, as he goes by now. So, yeah, it's worked a lot of the time. I don't feel like too much has changed in terms of their laning prowess. So I think it's still perfectly viable. Not going to be the case this time around, though. And again, we see a lot of these offlaners removed from the pool, particularly from SMG's side. Maybe you're just looking to target Enryu as the fact that, well, you know,
10
maybe
seconds
your off-lane pool is a little shallow, perhaps. You know, Timber's
5
gone,
seconds
DK's gone.
remaining.
We've seen position 3 clockwork by Enryu a few times. Axe, Broodmother, who I feel Brood's best position is as the out-off lane.
Yeah, just, I mean, yeah, that's what you're really looking for here from Southbuild as well. I feel like this Tiny has to be a core though, right? Like looking at more. Like Mirana's a 4. I feel like you can't really play Mirana in any other role, right? And you said Neon played as a 5, but Neon do some wonky things and they can pull off some wonky things. And I don't know if Southbuild are going to be like, hey, that Tiny 5, we might have the capability to do as well. I think it's just, you know, it gives you a lot of burst potential more than likely for Bob.
A lot of people are like thinking, oh, SMG easy. You know, they got Mushi, they got KP.
Remaining.
Sorry, not Mushi. They got mid one, they got KP, they got Afu. You know, all of these really solid names that have come through from across the years. But Southfield, they have looked like a tier 1 team in certain games. You know, you might argue that that's because they haven't had the same level of pressure applied to them. But when they're all coordinated and when it is their day, they can absolutely stomp anyone.
Well, they can indeed. Unfortunately, their 2 series losses. One was against Motivate, which, fair enough, they're flawless. Their other one was against Mystery, though. So there's definitely been some rocky stages for Southbuild, but this is the first real big tournament we're seeing with them with a Bart come through. You know, it was with Cignal Ultra in the last season. Now Bart coming in, placing their 1, and he's been looking pretty solid. A Bart has always had that capability to play really well in a lot of games here, but we're going to see Southbuild. They'll go for the Oracle here. So is there anything strong that the Oracle can get rid of right now with the Dispel?
I mean, the Astral, sure, from the Elder Titan. That's always something beneficial to have, plus any sort of combinations. You can get rid of the damage block as well that the Void Spirit has, which is always useful. But it's just, again, more burst combinations. The part of Oracle that's seriously underappreciated is the Purifying Flames. You know, that is a lot of nuke on a 2.25 second cooldown. But with the Void Spirit, I mean, you've still got the DP and the Lesh in the pool. I don't see a reason why you might not want to go for this. It does mean that the Tiny is committed into that position 1 or 3, I suppose. But I say that, but we saw DP 3 at the Major plenty of times. We saw DP, Leshrac 3 at the Major plenty of times. So maybe not. But I feel like it's just such a strong combo that why wouldn't you want to pick it up? All of that damage that can go through an Enchantress is untouchable. Just gotta go with the Sand King, though. It's a good combination, Mirana Sand King.
Yeah, very much so. I think it's probably one of the best ones, and you now have this capability to put the Sand King mid as well if you want to. The melee against the Void Spirit. I know a lot of people have been really put off by the Sand King 2. It hasn't got the strongest win rate. Great laning stage, but mid-game, early mid-game, you kind of tail off for what a position 2 wants to. Regardless, though, I think Enryu didn't have many heroes left in the toolkit. I like that Night Stalker pick, though. They're going to struggle to deal with this hero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Oracle, Mirana, 2 heroes that are incredibly squishy if you just get on top of them with a silence. And, I mean, that fits KP's game style to a T. He always wants to be diving in super deep, taking attention away from the rest of his cores. And, well, that's exactly the hero that you want to be able to do that. So Oracle's going to be priority number 1 for him. It's just going to be, is he going to be able to navigate, particularly during the nighttime, with the decreased vision that you have, to be able to avoid the counter initiate that's going to be coming from the Tiny and the Sand King with their blink daggers once they come online. So I'm keen to see how KP is going to play around that. Now the question is now, do we opt to go for a? I mean, they've got the last pick on Southfield, right? So not everything is revealed. You would assume that it's going to be a Bart playing their last hero that they've still got yet to come. Plenty of heroes still left in the pool that could be picked up. I mean, there's a Juggernaut, there's a Spectre potentially that could still come out here. It gives you a little bit of that gap close that you do like. Not so much the Morphling, not great against the Elder Titan, but they also have the potential of doing like a Tiny 1 and maybe even like a TA mid. It gives them a lot of burst, it gives them some tower push. It's a good matchup against the Void Spirit. They don't have lots of little instances of damage right now, so the refraction is going to be super value. I think it just depends on what this last SMG pick is.
Yeah, we see Southbuilt have that. I'm still trying to see if they can even go like a DP Lesh, but it doesn't really seem like it fits the Abarth play style. Like you can put the Tiny in the safe lane if you want to, but like we trying to really like the Leshrac as a one, and we see some different regions also have a lot of emphasis on going for a carry that isn't so much as win condition based, but can just team fight and run over. So they don't have that pairing with the Oracle, and that's why we see SMG get rid of the Troll Warlord and get rid of the Huskar as well. They're just looking to really utilize that Oracle extra immortality that he can kind of provide.
Good Spectre-Man. You know, I was thinking maybe Southbuilt might want to pick that up for themselves, but I think it's way more important considering they didn't have this pick coming into the last phase, rather, that Oracle isn't just dead meat as soon as you pop that haunt. You never want to be using False Promise on yourself unless it's an absolute emergency.
Can they AM for SMG?
I hope not. I hate animation.
It's not bad. It's good versus Sand King. There's a lot of magic damage from Southbuilt, and you're going to have a pretty good lane with Enchantress or ET. They got
Al the Chemist, huh? Coming through. Chemist Warehouse. Why pay more? But I don't know. It's not a bad Elk game, but you need to. It's going to super depend on how these lanes go, right? Like, if a Tiny gets a good start, he's just going to be roaming around with this Mirana, with this Sand King, and the Chain Stuns are coming through. They have no like instant defensive capabilities. There's no Oracle. There's no Abaddon to be able to block off with the Aphotic Shield. There's the Astral Step, for sure.
Now select your hero.
Go with the Ursa. Yeah, it's good against the Night Stalker. Again, it's like they needed something that was going to be able to take, you know, Flash Farm on their side of the map. So Abarth's going to be able to, you know, just take Ancients, for example, once he gets that Battle Fury available for himself. It's not as amazing, though, with the Oracle, right? Like, it's not like something like the DP or the Leshrac that are completely enabled, but if they went those, they wouldn't have that big scaling carry, and I feel like that's what the Ursa provides. So I don't mind it, and it's a good lane against the Night Stalker too.
Yeah, they definitely have issues with taking objectives on Southbuilt. This Ursa gives you a Roshan objective taker, but towers, that's where you're kind of lacking here from Southbuilt. So they're going to have to really rely on getting kills, leading that into these buildings. How do we feel like these lanes are going to get set up, though? Could we see a potential aggro tri-lane putting the Ursa versus the Alchemist, or is that going to be a bit worrying because the Enchantress ET as a support in the tri-lane is really strong?
I think it's fine just to keep the Sand King Mirana there, just because, you know, you're a melee core, right? You don't want to be laning into Sandstorm. Like, at the very start, it's going to be okay for SMG, but once you get level 3, level 5, that's when the big power spikes start to come with this Sand King. So as long as their Sentry game is on point, making sure that you're not just getting needlessly harassed by that Enchantress, I think it's going to be just fine. And you do want the Ursa laning into the Night Stalker if possible.
Prepare.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Battle.
It's going to be a good matchup here for a bot. We'll see how they can play. I mean, Night Stalker is not the strongest in the laning stage at all. So it's really going to be interesting to watch how SMG want to play this lane. If Arfu is going to be more on the gameplay of going for pulls and trying to cut the wave for KP and just getting as little as they can until that level 5. Got some opportunities to play it a little bit more defensive, but how do we feel this mid lane is going to, you know, transition this first game here? Is it just both the Void and the Tiny have to be super action packed?
I mean, the rotation, you would say, from Southbuilt is a little bit stronger, right? So it's going to depend on, you know, when you're getting those levels. Obviously, you're a mid laner, so you need to go the tree grab. You don't have quite the same Arfu a little bit here.
Arfu
wants to level up the attendance, and he gets stunned anyway.
Arfu believes he's going to end up falling apart with the Orb of Venom slow, and Abarth also picks up first blood. Be able to get the Sentry D-Ward. The reason blocking up the hard camp as well to take away from Dire. And now they got a bit of a numbers advantage here for the bounties. Unfortunately, they're away from the river, so it doesn't look like they can contest SMG there. And all in all, it's actually going to be a 2-for-2 thanks to mid one. And he also did level up the Grievel's Greed.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, super early on, I feel like you need the acid spray to be able to bully people out. It's very minimal increase that you get from your from those bounties super early on. So feeling confident, I suppose. And they're actually, we talked about the tri-lane. They've got this tri-lane going down here. They're leaving the Alchemist all on his lonesome.
They're gonna have their hard camp at least to play with, and they're bringing AT back up top.
Already forcing a little bit of regen out there by mid one. Might even lose the range creep if he's not too careful.
See, this is gonna be a very, very difficult time here. I mean, the Elder Titan as a laning stage position 5 can just be so nice for someone who isn't as strong as a position 1 in a lane like the Alchemist. So we're going to see Roji do quite a lot of harassment, quite a lot of just playing up in the face and in front of mid 1 so he doesn't take the full brunt of the force.
It is nice. Oh, wow, mid 1, he's taking a lot of damage here.
Go!
Well, you leave for a second, and that's what can happen with this Alchemist. You know, there's no pressure being put onto you when, put it onto the other team when you've got that Greevil's Greed leveled up. Sure, he's been able to get an okay amount of last hits super early on. Actually, no, he's got 2, but you got the full wave pushing under your tower, and the pressure really starts to ramp up with this double stun.
Yeah, and this is a combo that we've seen time and time again. Just the Sand King, Mirana, that point target stun to set up for the arrow. It's really, really cute combo, and it can just be so difficult for people to play around with. And if you give a good start to Radiant's heroes, like they can get a lot of pickups across the map. Like the Tiny with maybe an early blink, the Sand King with, you know, an early blink to set up for the Mirana. Could be a lot of burst potential that maybe SMG won't be ready for.
Yeah, you can just see how much easier it is now, even just with the level 1 acid spray. You never want to be diving into that. So, feeling a little bit more confident as mid 1 pushing down super deep into the lane here. Yeah, and Ryu, he's taking a bit of beating. It's a bit of a, you know, a catch-22 situation when you've got a Mirana and an Elder Titan around. Like, you want to block the camp so that he's not able to get those easy arrows off, but you also want to get as many people affected by the Astral Spirit, right? So you're able to harass a little bit more in lane. As in one, he's dragged completely out of the lane, just chasing up Cignal here.
That's just what creeps, brother. I need to hit something.
At least they... Well, so Roji, he's the one that planted the ward, right? So he gets the Observer Ward gold, but they made sure to let mid 1 get the last hit on the Observer just so that he got the Greevil's Greed bonus from killing it. Nice little mini play coming through there.
I didn't even know that's how it worked. Interesting. I will say as well, mid 1's got a awesome Alchemist set. That looks really, really cool.
It's one of the Halloween sets. Dire types,
yeah,
right?
Rated a lot. Some decent ones out there. It's mid 1. Summed up by the combo. They are fighting underneath the acid spray, but mid 1's falling incredibly low, and mid 1's going to get chased down in the tree line. A decent amount of stats, but it's not going to matter. Southfield find a secondary kill here on the Alchemist, and this lane is not going swimmingly for them.
Such a strong kill lineup. I wonder if Cignal is going to change up his strategy a little bit here. He's got 630 gold saved. He's got the boots and the Yule Scepter queued, but I mean, I would be going into that urn ASAP. You know, you've already had a good start. You know that you can kill people quite frequently. Maybe now that the Elder Titan's about to reach level 3, you're feeling a little less confident about that, but I mean, a Spirit Vessel's pretty solid this game. Against the Alchemist before he gets the BKB, against the Enchantress.
And Ryu? Such a great positioning of the Astral Echo Stomp from Roji. Just made it awkward for what the Senku could do. He had to either tank up the Echo Stomp or run back into the grasping hands of mid 1 there. And well, it's nice little bit of revenge. He's going to get some gold for that one.
Spidey sense is tingling a little bit here, Roji. He's gone back to be able to stack somewhat here. Anyone even bullying Cignal out of this camp. Gonna stack it for himself, maybe. Could get it. Nope.
Consider an alternative.
But the stacks do come off. Sorry, just the one stack. Completely captured by that Observer Ward, though. He wasn't caught in any of the vision as Afu actually goes down on the bot side. Abart's getting pretty low though. You'd be very happy with this trade if you're KP. Taking full advantage of that
a lot of
nighttime.
damage to Zenki.
Yeah.
He's still got 2 points in the void. He's not gonna dive though. Didn't really see the other positioning of the rest of Southfield. They're gonna show themselves now with a potential kill up top on Roji. They'll to split away from the Echo Sun, but unfortunately both of them are gonna get put to sleep.
And Zenki is very happy that he was able to get that Observer Ward and not die, because have a look at his items. He has nothing. He is going purely into just making sure that Abart is able to stay in this lane. So the fact that they were still able to kill him, pretty huge deal. G, again, going for another stack here, mid one even, trying to build it up for himself. He's going to get the one stack off though. It's so hard to make this pull.
I don't know if it's going to matter actually. That was a nice play. Can they get the kill on Neo? That arrow just, well, great arrow toss, and I was so surprised the arrow connected.
Strength of this lineup,
again,
right?
A bit of a heart attack there.
They know this is going on with mid one. Have to be very careful. No points to the caustic finale though, so really burrowing into these creeps isn't going to be massively effective for that little bit of extra burst damage. Still just burrowing right on in.
Henry is giving them, making sure that if you're going to farm as defensively as what you are, you're going to be all up in their grills. Zenki, trouble here. KP, not going to be able to kill him off just yet thanks to the disarm, but once it wears off, KP with the help of Arfu is plenty there. You do see though, they've been able to catch up Roji up top, so once again, Samael along with Enryu were really putting in work here on the Sand Kingdom Marauder, and so this is something that I feel like we're going to see time and time again in this game. How aggressive Southfield can get, you know, around that 13 to 14 minutes here is going to be the tail of this game, and you know, probably even have to get aggressive a little bit earlier because you don't want to give solo farm to an alchemist in the jungle.
We'll try for a kill here onto... Ooh, is he going to be able to get away? It's a long route.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Turnaround isn't going to be enough with Arfu. He's got the medallion though, that's pretty nice. We'll go for a cheeky toss back.
Doesn't have enough mana for the toss. Now Arfu's going to get a little bit of health thanks to the Nature's Attendant, so... okay to scurry away.
I really want Samael to get the urn though, right? Because you don't want to force this, sorry, you do want to force this alchemist into buying a super early BKB. He's your scaling core, and you know, I feel like this is the style that Min1 just wants to play. He wants to sit back, he wants to farm, he wants to be well ahead of this Ursa. But, if you're able to force him into going something a little bit more defensively that does nothing for him in terms of farming speed, then that's a big win if you're if you're Southfield. Bob rotates up with the DD.
Dire's
hunting for Roji here.
is under attack.
He's going to be pretty
Radiant's
careful.
bottom tower
That's
is
coming
under
over as well.
attack.
Abart just completed the Orb of Corrosion after the laning stage, so I actually wonder if he's going to go for something like a Treads Orb into like a Diffuser Blade that we're kind of seeing a little bit more now on the Ursa.
Radiant structures are
Him going Orb of
fortified.
Corrosion after the lane
Dire's
instead of
top
like
tower
rushing the
is
Battle
under
Fury
attack.
is a little bit surprising.
Dire's
So
top tower
maybe he's just
is
opting
fallen.
for a build to get active early.
Maybe a BKB Blink Dagger, something like that. Mid1 just continues to farm up, and this is what's going to happen. They've been able to get a lot of pressure on in the early stages, but you got to keep it up.
Dire are
Can't let this
scanning.
alchemist just sit back and farm.
Great scan.
You know. But they're coming. Mid1 is booking it out of there. How greedy will he get though?
Answer is not as greedy. He's got a ancient stack, should even be able to make it a secondary one as
Dire's
well.
top tower is
What
under
has he got
attack.
coming out in the courier for mid one?
Radiant's
It's going to be the
bottom tower is
Maelstrom.
under attack.
Okay. No Battle Fury, no Radiance. Maelstrom for the Alchemist. What do you think mid one's thought
Radiant's
process
bottom
is
tower
here?
has fallen.
He knows that the enemy team wants to get super aggressive, so he can actually team fight if they're getting right into his grill. Samael, he's going to be able to spot out that he's taken this stack.
Is some experience. Get what you can
middle
get.
tower is under
Either.
attack.
Great Remnant finds Bob. Bob's got a haste, so he's able to easily get out and dodge, and that sets up for the arrow, but Samael's got to be careful because Nia's hunting. That tick will find the kill, and they are filming the positioning, but he's already used the enchant, unfortunately, so doesn't have a way to purge off the haste. We still see KP deal with the support. Zenki will fall, thanks to the Dark Ascension Night Stalker.
Oh no, don't do it, KP. Don't go on Midas. Hopefully that's an armlet. That glove faced.
Could be a Midas.
He does like to do this.
Armor?
He likes to do with Midas on these cores, but I just think it's way too greedy if you've already got an alchemist. You know that they're going to be running it. You can see. Well, Ursa's actually switching straight on back to going into that Battle Fury, but it's going to be a pretty damn late Battle Fury with these first items that he's gone.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm still just surprised he went Orb Corrosion, but you see how active he's still going to look to get with these items. As Radiant, they're going to be a bit too late here to find Nia up on the higher ground. They're all grouped up, and Ryu. That's a great reveal of the blink. Arrow doesn't connect on Nia. Roji just got in the way to keep the Void Spirit alive there, but we're seeing.
Is under attack.
Hopefully that kill is able to transition South Build into some objectives. They are definitely lacking ways to take these towers though, and it's showing with how little damage they're doing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tree toss, I don't know how it got the courier there. Just flew on through.
Trees are deadly, man.
Trees are deadly.
People say save the rainforests, but what about the rainforests? Like, maybe we need saving against them.
KP queued up the Midas? No. Still showing anything just yet.
Gotcha.
Do see that like Radiant have very good vision across the map right now, but they're going to continue to need to play around this, otherwise if it gets dewarded then it's really going to limit how you can play with vision, because you're already against a Night Stalker and you want to keep tabs on the Alchemist, but now you got double blink, we should see them get pretty action packed.
Yeah, but it's still not on the right people. And again, like you mentioned, they're not taking objectives. They're taking the top tower, which is nice, but mid one, he's just staying on the, basically to the right of the mid towers. He was up next to the tier 2 bot tower, and no one rotated to try and contest him. You were letting an alchemist free farm while not taking any objectives yourself. It's basically just been Roji dying a couple of times since then.
And Ryu? Come forward. Try and combo down KP. They will be able to do so. We're going to be careful how long this fight goes on forward. But meanwhile, top lane, Nia tried to TP, but it just allowed a Bard to solo kill him with the Fury Swipe stacking up. So it tips over on Nia, and it means that SMG won't have a Void Spirit. They'll end up losing 3. A great use of the blinks there from South Build.
That's a big deal. I mean, you've essentially got no frontliner. If your Night Stalker gets caught at the very beginning of the fight, and the Void Spirit, of course, he's leveled up the Resonant Pulse, as you do. That was like all of South Build in one spot, so you would have been able to be so tanky if you're just able to stand in on the front lines, but not the case. And the vision should be pretty obvious to be scouted out here. You can see the ping starting to come through onto that high ground, but this is the downside of going for that greedier build. It's still a 2k lead, but you're playing as an Alchemist, so I'm surprised how low on net worth Nia is, actually. He's only died twice.
Yeah, Nia's... We were singing his praises, but he's not had a good game either. I mean, I think it's going to come into play as Radiant. Dark Ascension, they're diving pretty deep under the tower, but a great use of the Fortune's End, brooding in 3. Still, the issue is they've gone too far, and Zenki as well, and the Oracle doesn't want to be that far pushed up. And Ryu will get scouted out thanks to the dust, and the reinforcements from SMG come through this time. They're not even done just yet. KP is going to be able to find Zenki. So that'll be 3 falling for South Build. And this time, they pay the price. They're going too deep into the Dark Ascension.
I don't mind them going that deep, but you got to go deep with all the boys. The Oracle, the Mirana, they both weren't there. You didn't use your maxed out Sacred Arrow at all. You didn't use the burst potential coming through from the Purifying Flames, and that was all that was needed to be able to turn things around. Like, just the ET living, he's already got 2 points in the natural order, so that is a whole lot of extra damage that you're able to pump out. And there's the Midas.
The prize is mine.
Well, I wonder how much they're going to punish this minus here. And Ryu, another great burrow strike, but the silence from KP is going to stop the fall from the epicenter. And Nania with the damage as well. The Earth Spitter's going to fly, and Ryu can't disengage. A false promise will protect Bob. He's actually going to go back in with a great Abatos combo. Abart's going to get in the midst of it, but currently the Ursa is going to go in now at the later stages. He's man fighting mid one, and mid one gets torn apart. The big bad wolf. Be able to do it all himself here. Bearman wants more, and the Bearman's going to get it. Abart showing up, and South built themselves will find 5.
Really nice use of the false promise there on Zenki's Oracle. He's able to wait until Bob's really low on HP. He had a full bottle as well, so he was able to just sip himself up to a good amount of HP during the duration of it and fearlessly reinitiate. Like, there's no way that you're going to put that Blink Dagger on cooldown, even though he was standing inside an Acid Spray. That's exactly what you need. Like, the net worth is basically dead level now with mid one dying for the 3rd time. Yes, you've given him a good start, and you know he's been able to get the SMY before now finally going into that BKB. So that's going to be the next big timing that's coming through. He's going to finish it before KP does. Of course, the Midas is going to help somewhat. Taking pretty damn fast at the night time though.
It's worrying now because the Void Spirit's not had a good start. We didn't see those really key rotations come through from someone like a Spirit Hero that really enables their early to mid game. You know, KP's got Midas, so how active is he going to be able to get? And if you lose the next team fight, that could just be Roche and maybe even giving you a further influx of items for South build. So you're kind of teetering on this line here for SMG where could get to a scary stage with how aggressive South build can play with a little bit of a advantage.
They found KP.
I found him. Oh, jumped in the tree line as KP is going to end up falling. Samael picks that one up. Bob's still moving forward. He's got Arcane, so he's ready to fight. He's got to be careful because he's a bit disconnected from the team.
That Wild Wig just blocking his path. Able to get away. I think maybe they just got a glimpse of mid one, but I think they'll take Nia if they're able to find him.
Rogi is just trying to hide himself in the tree line, maybe get an Echo Stomp off. He did his job at the moment to give some space to the Void Spirit, but Void's still going to fall, and Rogi's going to join him in the Afterlife as well. No, shot. Wow, mid one as well. Okay. I mean, you do lose Nia, but at least 2 other heroes make it away.
Yeah. They smoke up immediately as well. Not completely aware. He actually about just walked up to the creep wave and started hitting out of smoke. So you can see they're still farming kind of aggressively here. The smoke comes out from Rogi actually to try and get something in response. Immediately pops those Samael.
They found mid one. He doesn't have the chemical rage. They didn't block the arrow. KP pushing the front line, going to try to protect mid one, but now the turn. The Echo Stomp Earth Splitter onto 3. They'll deal with the Oracle first, turn their attention to Samael next. Both the supports, along with Ryu, brought down with ease.
Yeah, it's such a different fight if you can't get off that false promise. Again, going in, trying to take out mid one, but just going a little bit too deep underneath that tower at the end there. I'm not sure if they even used the Veil as well, so that's a lot of extra damage that they missed out on. Able to do a good, nice turnaround there. Much closer. BKB now available on mid one, so he's going to be feeling a lot more confident. You can just see he's walking around with the strength treads enabled. So not wanting the extra attack speed, he's fine with just being a beefy boy.
They thinking about rushing here for a bar? Oh, great remnant. He's still going to jump in. I don't see him because a bar moved away from the remnant. He's got BKB. Mid one also just picked up his own BKB, but now Rogi, they commit the epicenter for it. In fact, they want to use that to try and bring down KP. A nice simultaneous jump from Southfield to Esports gets the kill on the ET, and they should have the fall for the Night Stalker as well. Toss up.
Nice toss.
Bob finds a double, and now he's going to jump on forward for more, straight on top of the Enchantress, as they've already claimed the objective of the ages, and now they claim an extra little prize on top, the cherry of our food.
This is a PG stream, Aries. There's no cherries being claimed here, but
cherry on top of the cake.
Sure.
Get your head out of the gutter. What the heck?
I was born in the gutter. No, we've got, and that just shows again the effect of KP not having the BKB super cooldown. Yes, he's going to have some sort of scaling potential with this Midas, but I don't think you really care all that much. Again, you've got an Alchemist. He is your scaler. And, well, it's going to be a big timing when they do eventually hit it, when they've got this Ags on the Void Spirit, BKB on the Night Stalker. He's hit his level 12 as well, so that's a lot of extra damage when he does pop that Dark Ascension, but is it going to be too little too late now that you've got the Aegis available on the Ursa? Level 18 as well, so only a 30-second cooldown on the Enrage.
Yeah, Bard has done an incredible job this game. We were saying that might be a bit of a late Battle Fury timing, but he got it honestly at a reasonable time considering the items he had when he started going for it. I think it was about like 14-30 minutes pickup and top of the levels. He's 3,000 behind an Alchemist, which you'd be very impressed with. And he's got BKB, Aegis in the
deep here, Andrew.
Southfield.
Solo, buddy.
Yes. Into Rogi, Strike, Arrow. A lot of the stuns are used to deal with the ET. Mid one just gets a concoction off. Now with the BKB, he's going to try and turn to deal with the Aghanim's freshly picked up from Neo. So the silence is going to disrupt the backline once again. The Oracle falls without being utilized. The false promise, and they kited out the BKB from a Bard as well. SMG, do they want to go back in? Try and connect up with the team and reset, and in fact they're just going to look to disengage. But Radiant, they're still sticking around. Bob wants a target, but Nia's hard to catch here.
If he dissimulators like that, they're still going to be just fine though. Even just this annoying little creep making sure to interrupt the Blink Dagger cooldown. Again, it's the priority of Zenki. He needs to be the first to die every single time. He's just hit up onto his level 12, so a little bit of extra duration, much lower cooldown on the False Promise. Actually changed things up. So I was about to say before all that broke out, I really liked the fact that he was saving up for this Blink Dagger, because you've got KP who's constantly holding on to this Dust of Appearance. You can say, sure, it's for the Sand King, but now that he's looking to go into the Glimmer Cape for himself, I mean, it might just be 2,000 gold wasted, whereas a Blink Dagger, you can stay well back from the rest of your team. Not going to be the case, though.
Arrow not going to get the connection on Arfu. Is 1600 HP, and see how much Arfu can heal up with the maxed out Nature's Tendency. Even got the Holy Locket as well for the Enchantress, so a lot of utility provided here from your position 4 that's going to really help out mid one's Alchemist. But South built, they're actually thinking about walking up high ground here. They still got Aegis for another minute 30.
Why not? Just keep pushing forward. That creep is going to live. Oh, protected. Nah, they forced the glyph out. I think you're going to be happy with that, though. And at least they'll be able to take away the outpost from Team SMG. But things looking pretty positive if you're a South Build Esports fan. Down to the bottom side, he might be able to catch out KP, but KP's back. Bash. He actually got the first hit bash as well, but it was just onto the creep. I wonder if Enchantress is going to go into the Aghanim Shard for herself, because you've already got the Holy Locket, you maxed out the Nature's Attendance, you've got the Magic Resistance. At level 15, you can go the extra Nature's Attendance Wisps. I feel like Arfu is just being like bait, basically. Like, you need to focus me down, because if not, I'm just going to be slowing you, I'm going to be hurling out impetuses when it gets to the super late stage. He is very hard to kill, even just right now with what he's got.
Do you feel like she has enough magic damage to survive like a Avatos +1?
Yeah.
I'm trying to...
I do. Avatos +1, I mean, you've still got the range drops. There's only one stack left, sure, but I feel like if you're using Avatos on an Enchantress plus someone else, I think you might even need 2 people. That's a lot of initiation used already, and then you've got the turnaround potential.
He's getting so aggressive. Night Stalker unable to follow up there. KP just a bit on the back. He does have something coming out on the BKB right now. Is that BKB?
This is their timing. 20 seconds until nighttime.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aegis gone 15 seconds ago. So,
Dire's
and still
bottom tower
400
is
gold
under
away
attack.
from his own Blink Dagger. So, we'll see what they're able to do on SMG to be able to respond to this with these key timings that they've been able to reach. Although, who's found who?
Borrow 1-2 finds KP along with Nia.
He's just getting burst.
Going to come out a body. Might get kind of the Earth with going to drag it back now with the slows. But they've stunned up the Alchemist. No! Mid-1 needs help, but he needs it now, but he's not going to get it. Mid-1's down. Unable to get the chemical range off. The Aghanim's picked up from Nia, but I don't know if that's going to matter. They'll kite him up. Yule's in the air. He's got no astral set charges to play with. As they'll control him and bring him down. Southfield Esports. A really, really nice fight from them. The burrow from 2, and they controlled up, I think, maybe mid-1 ate an arrow there?
Not sure, I wasn't watching. I was just keeping track on were they able to find the Oracle, and the answer was no. You know, you used a super early dust there, and wasn't actually able to catch on to the Oracle. So he was just able to sit back, keep the false promise available, didn't even need to use it at the end, and well, that's going to be at least a tier 3, you would imagine, going down, maybe more. Still 20 seconds left on mid-1's death time.
Dire's bottom
You do see how slow they are pushing objectives, but nonetheless, they get the melee racks. Mid-1
Dire's bottom
up in 10 seconds, so they're going to have to retreat away. Bobby's getting pretty beefy too. He's also got a Daedalus now completed. He's 8-1-8 for the Tiny, and he is going to start dishing out a immense amount of DPS, and that could potentially be one of the ways to help take objectives, because, you know, the Tiny, with the help of that tree grab.
He just got the haste as well. Like, this could be a big surprise. He didn't go the slow build-up. He didn't go the Chrysalis into it. They are not going to know that this Daedalus is available. It's still nighttime. Haven't revealed the Tiny just yet. If they can catch out the Alchemist before he pops the BKB, that would be enormous. No tree grab just yet, though.
Reward for them. Let's see if they can get the jump straight on top of Enryu, but the Bard's going to try and take the chance on top of the backline. And Bard can't find the kill just yet. Arthur's got so much sustain right now, but he's trying to man-fight mid-1. What they do? Mid-1 with the bash finds a Bard, but it's going to be careful. Nia dissimulates away, but the arrow controls up KP, but the Bard's not going to win the man-fight. This time mid-1 will come out on top. Bob wants a little bit of a clean-up, but he's going to be careful as well. The first stun's down, they're going to fall up as well. Bob will fall. That's a big streak as well. 638 gold going over towards Arfu, and they might even get a fast respawn on Roche. Who knows? It could be up in 5 seconds. We know this tier 1's going to fall, and potentially the tier 2 as well.
Oh, it's the longest respawn imaginable. Rip to everyone. But I mean, that's just a case of bad luck, to be honest, because like, they're caught out in this area where Bob had just thrown his tree. You know, you just had the freshly picked up Daedalus, so when he went into that fight, he just had to use the Abatos combo without hitting anyone.
He's there. Mid-1's going to be careful. He doesn't have enough mana for the chemical range. The BKB's on cooldown as well. Mid-1 just gets it off, and now he's going to look to turn. He's got so much health coming back through with the Earth Splitter as well. Doesn't do a whole lot to control up Southfield, but the hero's about to respawn. And with that, Southfield, they still want to stick around. They'll get the last swing on the tier 2. Meanwhile, the full set of racks were claimed down bot, and Nia had to go back to defend up top.
It's a big deal, unfortunately, for Arfu. He ended up forcing himself into the Fortune's End, so that was what netted the kill over to the Oracle, but still a reasonably good fight. I think I heard a gem just being dropped. Are they going on a bit of a D-ward mission here? Yeah, KP's got it.
So that's going to be so scary now for Radiant. It's all coming to, we've seen like fight after fight. If Radiant get the jump for Bob or from Enryu, just having a much greater chance of winning these team fights. But when it's SMG that is starting, they're the ones that are looking kind of in control. So KP with this gem going to be able to get a lot of vision taken away across the map. He's already got the nighttime advantage as well as mid-1. Well, there's the jump, and that's the target you want. Bye-bye Oracle, such a important support.
You can't be out there. Like, Zenki's been playing pretty well this game, but that is some quite poor positioning. You know, it's nighttime, you have no vision around the area, you haven't seen the enemy team, and you're just walking into the river. I mean, just look at how everyone is itemizing. I think switch things up on Nia because he had an Aghanim shard queued to give that extra ring to the dissimulate. They are just trying to find the Oracle every single team fight, and if they're able to burst him down, then
Dire's courier
you know
has
it
been
feels
killed.
like SMG are going to win the fight every time.
Mid one.
Spoil that shot.
Hunter. Blood. They did unfortunately lose the courier for Nia. He was going for the Aether lens, so unfortunately he's not going to have that his arsenal to play with. They do have the bottom lane shoved in, so this is going to be a bit of a trigger point here for SMG to go back and deal with, because you can always get to the stage once these buffer buildings start to fall. Those creeps can definitely go to work on the objectives, and it's always something you have to keep in mind.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a Void Spirit go Octarine second item. That seems greedy, I guess, but I suppose he's just putting a lot of faith into his own ability to dodge out these spills. Apu, he's going to run in first. He's the beefy boy.
You can't jump him. It'll literally do nothing. Agent sentence F, he's going to fly.
Early BKB.
He's going to try and take the first shot. Okay, maybe they can. Here's that Nia! He stole the Aegis down mid one as well. Trying to the bomb. They bring it down. What a fight from SMG. Oh, the snatch from Nia on point. The control with the follow-up. And Samael's in trouble as well. KP can continue chasing the leaps. Not available now. The silence on top of him. Another death. Mid one finds a triple. And now fall down. They've got a couple of buybacks, but mid is completely shoved in.
Yeah, it's the power of that Enchantress. You know, you get a little tanky, you get the Holy Locket. He had level 15 just picked up, and those extra 6 Nature's Attendant's Wisps are insane. That is a ton of damage that you're constantly dealing. Sorry, healing. And yeah, he ends up dying, but it results in a one team fight for you. They took the Aegis. Ursa was able to get both the Shard and the Cheese at least, but they're going to look to even things up on the barracks front.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks.
And that they will, and it's even the mid lane as well, so gonna have a lot more opportunities now for how SMG want to maneuver across the map with mid being shoved in. The 6,000 net worth lead now accumulated for the boys on Dire. They're going to try and claim some more objective damage. And are there any big items we're seeing about to break out?
Not about to break out, but KP's going for a nullifier. So he's like, I don't care about your stupid Glimmer Cape. And, well, speaking of that Blink Dagger that Zenki was going to go, he's about 5 gold away from picking that one up, so that's good. Biden immediately send it through as to not reveal this smoke. You don't want to be going too deep into enemy territory. What's their vision like? Right, it's they have no wars up right now on SMG. Tanky.
He's got some backup.
Not that tanky.
Is it enough though? Instant buyback, and mid one just tears apart the Sand King. He's going to try and tear apart Bob as well. It's an early false promise, but they've got the Beast bladed out. And now they're silencing up the Oracle, so Bob's going to get no extra heal. Above the kill to the TP. No, the Earth is stuck here now. It's forced the man fight, but he can't even do just that. Pops the Cheese, but mid one. The bashes are there. Attack speeds through the roof. Look at the cleave. Okay, apart. He's doing okay in the man fight, but he's got no reinforcements. He can stand his ground for ever so long, but finally SMG surround him and bring him down. No buyback for the Ursa, and that might be it. I mean, you've got Tiny, you've got Mirana, Sand King's up. He's got a buyback at least, and Oracle's up in 15, but they can push so fast.
Samael actually ended up TPing back. I'm not sure if that's the right play. Maybe putting a bit more pressure onto the enemy side of the map. If you die, you've still got buyback, but at least you force back someone. Be a 4v4 engagement though, Quadley without a pos 1. He ends up dying anyway.
Back to the fly. Mid one.
If he's available.
He's gonna get stunned up.
Silence.
Control it before the BKB, but mid one is just way too beefy. Mid one on the Alchemist is tearing this one apart now. They've still got the buybacks. That's the X factor here from Southville to control their high ground. Using all of them right now. They need to look to punish.
Just the edge.
SMG trying to retreat outside the base, but they can't even get him. Enchantress will fall. Ursa's up in 30 seconds. Radiant still trying to find some more. They
drops the gem.
It's like the gem. Take the gem. Don't take my life. But they'll still kill him instead. And they'll even look for Nia. She'll steps up in a couple seconds. Great echo stump from Roger will give him the space. There's a blink available for Bob. It's still down for a couple seconds. This is do or die here for Radiant. They got him on. Oh, at least they get Nia. They have to end it here. You got to walk it down, I think, for Ursa. Got shoved in. really stick in this game long enough. You forced a lot of buybacks there.
You did. The only one left with buyback at the moment is KP, and well, maybe they're feeling somewhat confident. It's always scary to go into a level 25 Alchemist, though. He's got the extra movement speed. You've also got the Swift Blink, so there's no real way to... He's got a Rapier queued up. I don't know about this one, mid one. I feel like that's a way to throw the game away, potentially.
He's making it exciting.
Sure, let's call it that.
Is under attack.
Like, maybe I'll give you guys a little bit of an opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, there's always a...
So how many buybacks were forced out in that previous fight? 3?
A lot. I mean, Night Stalker's the only one with buyback available right now.
Yeah. 3 buybacks forced, but they didn't actually... Their objectives, I suppose. Like, one of them was Bob, I believe, which is huge.
Dire's top tower is
Ursa
under
buyback
attack.
wasn't used, but he doesn't have anywhere near enough gold to be able to use it. This next Roche fight is the real key. You know, you can see that SMG, they're setting up to try and pick someone off as they come to maybe defend this bottom side of the map. They're using the 35-minute double creep wave as well, just to passively
Radiant's
shove this
bottom
in.
tower is under attack.
But doesn't look like they're going to be baited in here at SBE to look into it. Still wanting that level 25 on the Ursa. Hey, we on the Earth Shock might be nice.
They just double smoke on dive? I think they did, but regardless, they're smoked up, moving mid. He's gonna be careful. Oh no, Bob needs to pop BKB. He's gonna do so and try and connect with the rest of the team. But Bart's in the area. If you can control up Nia, but hasn't used, I mean, he still doesn't have a Abyssal Blade just yet. They simulate out. Nia makes it back to safety, but they're hunting. They find the Void Spirit. They're gonna be careful because mid one is on the target in the backline. Yua's gonna try and look to control him, but Bob needs help and he needs it now. He needs to get to Zenki. The full promise there. And then Nick time, but they're gonna be careful. The choke point, Earthsplit are finding 3. Ursa's gonna try and man fight mid one. The BKB is about to expire now with the Satanic as well. Mid one is getting kited. We're trying to attention back to Zenki, but a Bart, he's in the midst of it all. Roger eats the arrow. Now allows a Bart to bring down another. They've also got the control of R4. So 3 will end up falling from SMG. They got kited a little bit too heavy there in that team fight.
That was really good by Zenki. Again, I'm just watching him the entire time. They're under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. They didn't have any super deep observer ward. They eventually had the sentry up, but he was just standing well back, making sure that he was there to save Bob every single time. And, well, he accomplished his goal. It's 37 minutes. Any neutral items claimed just yet? They were really quick to grab a bunch, actually, for the SMG side. But while they're doing that, lane's pushing in. Maybe he can finish up that nullifier if he wants, but he's saving for buyback.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Good old Midas on cooldown as well.
Gets it.
Thought that was the first thing you were gonna say. If you say a Midas on cooldown, it just hurts not to highlight it. Just efficiency.
I am about the efficiency gameplay.
He's still really farmed on KP. I mean, that is where the Midas is coming into play. When it's able to get to this stage of the game, you see the Night Stalker can have a lot more items than you'd expect if you didn't go for like the Aghanims or something like that. But
Dire's
this
top
moment
tower
still
is under attack.
Completely playing around this Roche area. Still 15 seconds until the potential respawn. It was 3 minutes last time, the longest possible respawn. But, see, another thing that I'm liking here, about he's holding the level up. He's wanting to make sure that, you know, if we do win a team fight, if things go our way, which very well could, it's popping everything here. Smoke on smoke. They found it.
fine. It's going to be R4. Henry already popped the BKB. A great Echo Storm's going to keep R4 alive, and now mid one with blink on forward as well. They're going to silence on top of the back line, but Zenki's the if they can find the Oracle, Nee's going to do just that. Silence off, is unable to get the ultimate off and doesn't have a buyback. Really careful because mid one is tearing it apart. Down they go. 3 down. They don't have buyback. Bob as well is going to try and do it all. The bashes from mid one. He's attacking too fast for them to handle. Kited up the high ground. Kited into the grave they go. 5 down. And that should be all she wrote. No buybacks. The creeps are inside. They're going to work. And SMG. An incredible fight to end it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important. How can a support be that important to how a team fight goes? But, you know, good prioritization coming through there. You can see Nia's #1 job was just find this guy, wipe him off the face of the map, and he did a pretty good job. Same sort of thing. It was unfortunate the epicenter didn't accomplish much of anything. It was into a bunch of EKBs, so just the timing was about a split second off. And that's going to be enough for SMG to take game #1. And it was a pretty entertaining series. I mean, you can't go wrong with a 40-minute game that has, what, 74 kills? chat's reactions to me playing the recorder. No, it's a good pick, like the Viper, just to be able to cancel out a lot of what they might be going for. You know, there's very few heroes now in the pool that have that mechanic that need to avoid being broken. You know, you can see the Greater Bash. Obviously, it's not going to be there anymore. You've got the Timbersaw with the reactive armor, but you just got to think about who else doesn't really want to stand inside that Nether Toxin. Maybe a Spectre's going to come out for Southfield this time. No Oracle revealed just yet, but this is one of those other ones. You know, the Bristleback just immediately coming afterwards, and we've seen it thrown into a bunch of different roles. The minus armor is nuts. You know, you've already got the nasal goo. Now you've got the little shredder with the Blightstone. You're going to have a medallion into a Solar Crest eventually. Roche's food, if you're able to catch him out. And I feel like even though they had a ton of magic damage last time, they weren't always able to burst down this Enchantress. You know, he went the 12% magic resist talent, and that was enough to save him a lot of the time. Whereas this time, it feels like if you get caught, you're just done. You know, you're going to need that Ghost Scepter as a pretty early item for, you know, maybe a couple of these supports.
Radiant team pick.
Void Incarnate.
He came in clutch eventually, did Nia. Had a rough start to the game. You know, it wasn't it wasn't the most ideal beginning to things. I think he was like, I want to say 2-3-0, so not getting anywhere near as active as he could. Getting a pretty late
10 seconds.
Aghanim Scepter as well. And even after that, you know, opting to go for that. Did he finish the Octarine? I didn't even see.
Yeah,
he
I
did
remember it.
by the end of it, yeah. And he eventually went the Flicker as well, just to be able to break out of a lot of these stun combos that were affecting him.
The Grid Familiar has taken a little bit of a dive down. With
Dire team.
Again, I'm just
Lion.
Dire team.
Can't stop you. They take away the memes, they take away the cam. At least we got the flute in, but a Necrophos from SMG. This is a hero that we were seeing overall throughout Dota just a little bit more.
10 seconds remaining.
East Asia, which I was kind of surprised with because it looks like playing at a decent amount. EU touched it a little bit, but at least Southeast Asia, they didn't have as much priority. Do you think there's a reason why?
Not really. I mean, it's a little passive towards the start of the game, maybe. You know, you need at least a couple of items to come online. It's not 100% certain as to where you want to lane it. I mean, this looks very much like a KP Necro coming through here, but
team ban.
Oh, you never know, right? KP's been known to play the Void Spirit as well, but I don't know. I feel like Nia, that's just a comfort hero for him. My issue is, like, you've got a ton of sustain right now on SMG, so if you do not burst someone instantly, let's be honest, you got a lot of tools to do it with the Snapfire, with the Bristleback, with the Lion and the Tiny. Team SMG are just going to, you know, sustain that and then roll over you. So it's just, what are they going to pick that's going to enable them to survive a bit more of that initial burst potential? Who wants to frontline as well? That's my big issue right now for SMG. There's no one right now that just wants to stand at the front and fight.
10 seconds remaining.
Are we thinking that they're going to look for a position one that can do that, or they're going to try and play the Necro on this real wonky one style for mid one and then go for a KP hero that can really be that tanky boy on the front?
It's not too terrible, right? Because the Quill Spray is a physical damage spell, so if you just get the Ghost Shroud, you can look to juke things around and make sure that you're not getting the extra stacks built up onto you. And then if you're going the Magic Stick as well, the they just got a Slark. So yeah, not going to be the case. It's going to deal with the Bristle Quills quite nicely. How do I feel about it? I mean, again, the longer the team fights go, the happier SMG are. That's just the reality of the situation. So how they itemize is going to be super key for that. It's just going to be super defensive items coming through from them and allowing their hero kit to do the talking in terms of damage. I feel like the one exception to that maybe is the Slark, just because he's already got that inbuilt Dark Pack.
Trying to see a hero that can lane versus Slark, but can provide AoE damage and burst, and I'm not seeing much.
Mars? No. Mars doesn't really work. And are we sure this isn't a Bristle 3? Like, I know it's kind of fallen off. Bristle core is much stronger, but like core.
I'm just like, do you want to lane Bristle against a Slark or the Necro? Like, both those lanes don't sound like ones that Bristle really thrives in. I think the Necro is probably going to be a better lane for the Bristle.
Anti-mage.
They go AM, so they're actually still going to put the Bristle versus Slark. This is quite the anti-mage game. I think your lane versus Necro could be... Yeah, because it's going to be an Arfu ET as well. AM Lion, I don't know how I feel about that lane. Like, that could go... If a bot gets out of the laning stage okay, then he could have a pretty decent time farming. Because how do you pressure an anti-mage this game? It's literally, they've got barely any stuns. It's just Void Spirit. They are so slow on SMG.
Yeah, and it's very... do they have any save? I mean, I'm pipe dreaming here, but imagine a 60-minute game. It gets super late. Zenki can get the gobble up and save the anti-mage from a Reaper scythe if he's on point as well.
That is, yeah, it's going to be quite late for him to do that. Maybe just rushes. Rushes the good old Ags. We don't see the Ags too much anymore, do we?
No. Sorry, was, the Necro was picked after the Lion, right? I want to say he was.
Yes, it was. It was the 18th, because they Southwood had lost.
Yeah. Because imagine if, like, they had a Shadow Demon for themselves. I feel like that would have been perfect, but I don't think they would have picked a Necro into that, of course. But, yeah, this is going to be classic anti-mage gameplay. A bot is not going to be present at any single team fight unless it is a Blink Mana Void Get Out. And it's going to be up to the rest of the 4 to try and make something happen. So, will the pressure from Southpool Esports be enough with the 4 people that they've got roaming around, or is SMG going to run away with it in a 2-0 fashion? Who knows? Let us know in your predictions in the channel points. And it's looking spicy. I mean, this could be very decisive towards who ends up moving on towards the, well, you say upper division, but in one of those top 2 spots in the lower division for Season 2.
I'm actually really intrigued to see how mid one itemizes this game as well. Like, you... Against the Bristle, who any mana burn is a big factor. Tiny as well is a big factor. AM needs mana to play. Like, I wonder if he could think about going into something like that, or if it's just going to be the stock standard kind of Slark build, and how aggressive he wants to get early, because you know, the AM matchup can go kind of back and forth. This is a hero that needs a lot more items than what the Slark does. So, but getting to the late stage, you know, Slark himself against the anti-mage matchup is a bit awkward because of how much mana he relies on. So, it's an interesting matchup, I think, for mid one and a bot here.
I mean, it's definitely a great Silver Edge game for mid one, for sure. I mean, you're going up against the Bristleback. It's a good way to be able to deal with that. Yes, you've got the Heartstopper Aura, which is going to be, you know, slowly ticking him down, but you want to take long fights, but not too long against a Bristle. Eventually, he's going to start stacking things up against you. That Silver Edge just enables you to be a lot more heavy into the roam side of things. You know, you get that...
Is this...
What's that?
Sorry, keep going.
No, I was just going to say, like, with the Silver Edge versus the Shadow Blade, it's... I think I want to say it's 6 seconds less cooldown? 7 seconds versus the Shadow Blade. So, 18-second cooldown is pretty good. I mean, you're just going to be constantly roaming once you get those first couple of items, and I mean, it lasts for 14 seconds, the invis, so technically you've only got 4 seconds if you wanted, where you're going to be visible on the map.
We get to see a Tiny 3, okay. For a second I'm like, Tiny, he's got tree, what's going on here? But mid one is, this doesn't seem like a strong lane at all. He's already used his tree and doesn't get a CS at all, so that's not a good start for them. Meanwhile, Samael is just getting bodied by the Enchantress.
Yeah, it's just the strength of the Edge. You got more movement speed, you've got a massive slow super early on into the game. What can a Lion really do against that? Nice body blocks coming through there from Samael, making sure that Rodji's not going to get an easy creep to be able to enchant. I'll block the small cam. It's going to be a Vool. It's not the worst. Love that Harpy though. It is good.
This one's the better one.
Up in the mid lane. I mean, Nia's totally fine with that. Yes, he's going to be pressured out, but plenty of mana to be able to spam out your skills with a magic stick. And super early on, there is some decent kill potential. You're not worried about trading so much.
Yeah, I wonder how this matchup's going to fare actually with Bob and Nia, because he does have that little bit of protection in the Resonant Pulse, but the Void Spirit is someone who can get a lot more active early on with some runes, so I wonder if they're going to use that in the wheelhouse of SMG. We didn't really see them do it as much in game 1, so maybe they might make a transition into it in the second game.
Did you think it was yours?
Once again, though, roaming quite weak for SMG when you compare it to Southfield. So I feel like that's the way that they can potentially get a kill here onto Nia. You know, maybe look to try and bait out the Dissimilate super early on.
Only level 1 Avatar. It looks like mid 1 gets some space with that pounce. Got brought really, really low.
Not for you!
But yeah, I mean, eventually when you have the Snapfire or the Tiny or hell, even the Lion that's able to rotate through when you don't have the level 6 onto Nia, pretty easy to get a kill against him with this Bristleback. Gonna be the case though for the very start. They're just worried about securing these lanes towards the very start of things. Here it's very important that he gets up that Blink Dagger as soon as possible to enable this ganking potential. You need to try and take as much attention away from the anti-mage as possible.
Do you think Southfield can do that this game with the heroes they have?
That's for me.
I mean, they're not massively cooldown reliant. That's the thing. Like, Bristleback can always go. Tiny can basically almost always go. It's really only the Lion that has the Finger of Death that's on a relatively long cooldown. The Mortimer's Kisses are kind of like... That's not the burst potential that you're looking for. That's the kind of thing that you use when a fight eventually breaks out. But not for these pickoffs. So I feel like he's just going to keep that in his back pocket. So, yeah, they got decent tools to be able to do it. Similarly,
it does seem like SMG. Yeah, they don't have the greatest team fight though from SMG, so I'm intrigued on how they look to play this game. If they group up early behind the hero like the Necrophos and the Enchantress can really take some early objectives. So yeah, how do you feel like SMG actually do play this game towards the early game and mid to really be up in the face of AM and make his play difficult?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to like try and of course harass out the anti-mage as much as possible, you know, do a decent time in the laning phase and then maybe try and block a few camps of his, but it's not until the Slark gets initial... That's a lot of stacks that you were taking up there, Nia, in the lane. He went back to try and get that little bit of extra damage, but Bob just turned his back and finished him off. And not only is that the kill, that's the water rune, that's a full wave being denied underneath the tower. That's huge.
Yeah, he might even be able to get the top water rune as well. So a great start here from Bob. Pick up first blood.
Cignal, you wouldn't stay here, would you? It's kind of tempting to have the Lion stay there and maybe get a pick off as soon as he TPs back in, but no, he's going to go top. 3 would be nice. Oh, just went in the trees.
Dire's courier
still gets it, but the boots get delivered to mid 1, so a little bit more safety for him.
A little bit of gold for the boys. You'll take that to be able to kick it off, but first blood for the side of Radiant. Meanwhile, taking a look at just this bottom lane, always keeping tabs. Bart has gone the Ring of Regen and Ring of Health, so a lot of sustain here to keep himself in the lane. Do you feel like this is the right way to go? Are you worried that they still might force him into the jungle early and having all this regen and no damage might be difficult to kill the jungle creep?
I guess he just wants to get absolutely everything that he can out of the laning phase. I mean, maybe it was a decision made when, you know, the Bristle has had a good start to the game, and it's just about, you know, trying to take attention away from that Bristleback. Maybe act as like he's the carry for the first 20 or so, 20, 30 minutes of the game.
Top lane, mid 1. He's going to be able to get a return kill here. Nice use of the Enchanter creep still after Roger lost his life, so... Mid 1's going to get some perma agi. Also has the treads completed. Drop those, so Roger will be able to bring them back after the death.
It's looking
you can just see, like, even just with Arfu's skill build, right? He's got the value point into the natural order. He values being able to harass out this anti-mage as much as possible. He wants to use as much of his mana as he can. Walk up and hit AM. Maybe once he's level 5, he's going to put a little bit more priority into that, but he's making sure that these pulls don't get off by taking the small camp himself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Popping behind the T1 tower mid.
From the void.
Just
Bob's
bristle
going
things.
crazy. Yeah, little bristleback. So annoying to play with at the early stages. Somebody on the top. More stacks for mid one.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Loving life right now. It's just whenever the Lions caught out of position, mid one and Roji able to punish with ease.
Yeah, not an ideal thing, and well, Nia was lucky enough that he used the Astral Step to get away from Bob, but ends up getting the courier kill with the extra slash afterwards.
Dyer's
To use the
middle
second
tower
charge of
is
the
under
Astral
attack.
just to get away.
Zenryu dead? I think he is. Yeah, they got Dark packed up. Not even required. Mid one and Roji doing really well at this safe lane, and this is incredible because mid one with a good start can definitely take over this game against someone like a Bristleback. You know, the aim as well can have a pretty good matchup if he is out in front.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of movement speed on any of these heroes. You can see Zenki here. He's rotated through the mid lane though, using the 2 points into the little shredder to make sure that you're reducing the armor of the tower as much as possible. I don't think they're going to mind if it gets denied. It's just about opening up the map for themselves.
Dyer's middle tower has been denied.
This is keen, Bob. You know there's 3 heroes there, and you just, without a care in the world, you're just standing forward, continuing to take these creeps. He's going to hope for a rune on the top side of the river. Zenki backing him up. Gaben hates him.
Yeah, but take it away. Not what you want to see. Looks like a bot's finally forced back into the jungle.
Everyone is just manning up here on Enryu. A little bit here. He did hit his level 6 though, so
Radiant's
a
bottom
lot tankier now that he
tower
has
is under
the bonus armor coming through.
Oh no, he brings it to Nia. Really well done from Arthur, toying the line of death there against the anti-mage, and Abat knew he couldn't win that matchup, and Nia comes through, gets a free kill, and that's a big one against the AM. Roji is going to get chased down mid. Bob has to go through all that nature's attendance here. Then we're going to dive underneath the T2 tower, but nonetheless he'll find a kill. But mid one's still popping off. For the brother on the Slark, because Nia's still going to fall mid as well.
Yeah, the turnaround from
Great play
Zenki.
down Bob, but yeah, Zenki turns it around and finds a kill in the position 2 from SMG.
This is the thing, it was good that they were able to get the kill onto the Tiny super early on, just realizing that, okay, we got to make something happen before he hits level 6. Now, yeah, you can get more. Man, another kill. Bob is just without a care in the world. He's just like, you know what? You can't do anything to me. Where is all of your damage coming from? It's all magical. And Slark, he's not part of this. I'm just going to stay well away from mid one and just tear up this mid lane as much as possible. He's even got the Vanguard now.
He's really farmed on the Bristleback. Top of the net worth,
Dyer's top tower
301,
is under attack.
84 loss. He's still got a double stack of the Ancients as well if he wants to farm or wait. Is he even going to double a double or triple? It looks like a triple. Triple at the hard. He's loving life for Bob.
Got an Arcane Ring as well, so it doesn't even need to go into something like it's a little bit more sustainable. He's got the bottle, of course. Wonder if could have potentially just handed it off to Zenki. It's going to be on the bottom side of the river anyway. Half it picks up. Yeah.
Mael.
Abat hasn't had the best start to the lane, right?
I think that's, I mean, you see how much emphasis he had to put on buying regen to
Radiant's
actually
bottom
lane.
tower is under attack.
And they still forced him back into the jungle at a very early stage. Getting that pick off on him from the Void Spirit is really going to slow down his game. At least they have the Bristleback that's going to be like a vortex this game and just really draw the heroes from SMG to him. But is that going to be enough for a bot to free farm? I don't know, because Slark's also had a exceptional start, and it does look like mid one's opting for the diffuser play this game.
Yeah. Well, he's up here around 3 south built heroes. They're going to spot Bob, so they should know that he just TP'd to this side of the river. So, sorry, to this lane. So if I was SMG, I would clump up and push absolutely anywhere that the Bristleback is not. Sure, you might lose the tower, but you know the anti-mage isn't going to join in onto the team fight. And, well, that might be enough to at least get you some kind of map control that allows you to invade and take out this AM a little easier. You know he really wants the farm as well, because he's been man-avoiding, like, jungle creeps, just to be able to farm that little bit faster.
Dyer's top tower is under
Instead, they're just going to run towards the Bristle. I mean, the thing is, you've got the Vanguard, you've got the Hood of Defiance. As long as you just don't hit the Bristleback, that's a lot of wasted gold. So I feel like you just need to be playing as much the hunting game as the avoiding game.
Doesn't need help.
I think he's going to be just fine.
Look at the side diffusal though, burning a lot of mana. Top of the turn, one of the kisses out. I fall pretty low, but now with the Echo Stomp Earth Splitter, Arthur again is gonna
Bob's just chasing mid one.
Maybe he doesn't need help at all. The scythe actually used to keep mid one alive. Gonna be able to get a lot of health back. He's also got an immense amount of stolen essence. They're gonna be careful how long this fight drags out. Bob's gonna swing back on over. Mid one claims to kill him, Snapfire, but Bob
got him.
That's a lot of damage. By mid one, Samael brings him down with the finger of death, and now Bob is able to even chase for more. Gets a kill on Neo, who is looking to retreat away, and now he's
so
trying
fast
to deal with KP, knowing that the Reaper Scythe on cooldown has got so much damage to level 13 already. And Bart's even tipping Bob. He's like, brother, you are playing so well. Let me free farm.
That's the thing. I mean, they go in on the Bristleback and nothing happens. You know, the Reaper Scythe used just to try and save mid one, and he still ends up dying for it. I feel like you just got to run away from this Bristleback. You got to accept the fact that he had an amazing laning stage and try and abuse them elsewhere. It's all about the map movement. That's probably the one thing that this Bristle is lacking right now. He's got the phase boots, so he doesn't have something like a Boots of Travel, allowing him to just run away. He just DP though.
Oh my. It really does feel like time and time again for Southville, Bob is the star. Like we saw last game, he's Tiny. Yes, they didn't win, but he played a very good game on the Tiny. This game, his Bristleback is 6-0-2. We saw him through the first week of the games just take over, like his Ember Spirits, and all the spirits were just such a exceptional performance, and it always feels like Southville have the their star position to really take them over in a lot of these games.
Yeah, and things are going to get even easier. You've got a big smoke up coming from SMG. They're just standing behind Neo, acting as a little bit of a bait. But that's the Eternal Shroud now finished for Bob. He's got it coming out to him. He's just finished up a bunch of these camps. And, you know, if you've got an anti-mage, even just having the mana burn from right clicks isn't going to be enough. You're just going to be refreshing Bob's mana, allowing him to dish out all the extra damage coming through. KP, he's in a little bit of trouble here. Ghost Shroud's making him take more damage.
Now with the Mortimer Kisses after it expires, Bob's already stacked up a lot of damage. Finest Armor, the Quills, the Warpath, everything's adding up here. And they are just making more space for a Bart who needs one more component for the Battle Fury.
It's still a little late, but, you know, it's okay. He didn't have a fantastic laning phase. There's not too many situations where you're happy for the Bristol to take away all of your stacks when you've got an anti-mage, but this is the one that you're fine with it. Level 14, 4 levels ahead of the Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Supports from SMG are both going to get caught out here. Here with Arthur in the river, gets the ultimate off. We'll drag back Zenki, so mid one, and stack up the essence. You gotta keep in mind if the fight continues to break out for a long duration, you gotta be worried. Scythe gets a kill on Samael. Mid one just keeps his life as well with the Shadow Dance, but he's gotta be careful about Bob. Bob, that
he can still 1v5.
South build, but can he do it all by himself? The Bart, meanwhile, just farming up top, and Bob, he doesn't even care. The buyback online, Eternal Shroud finally gonna get popped. The life steal starting to stack up here from Bob, continuing to spam out the abilities, and he's going to force back SMG by himself. Bob, the builder, doing it all. Echo sums out Samael. There comes the respawn from him. A great Earth Spike on 2. Still looking to try and control up Bob. Finally deal with the Necrophos, and it's back to his loans himself. Bob, unfortunately, without Snapfire's coming on over, but finally they kill off the Bristle. They just wanted him to juice up to get a couple more kills so mid one could take away that godlike streak and look to take away a couple more heroes as well. As the bounce forward gets a Diffuser Blade slow, and Zenki as well will get chased down. Mid one's getting a lot of essence throughout this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got just the 2 points in it. That's the value amount.
Wow, big kill for Henry.
Right? You can see that they're trying to skirmish as much as possible. This is a big wave in the mid lane. Let's see, just going to look to Avatos combo it up as soon as he can. Henry, you need the mana to be able to do that, brother.
You don't have the mana, and it might cost you your life here as there's no backup coming out. A Bard's coming. Mid one does have to be kind of careful. He's got Shadow Dance at least available, but he's a little bit low on mana. There we go. Is the mana both fast enough? It's not. Mid one, nice use of the Shadow Dance. Bob as well is back up and looking to punish them from getting that kill previously. We sidestep the Echo Stomp. I don't know if Dyer can fight Bob at the moment. I mean, KP's ultimate's about to be up pretty shortly.
That's a big deal.
Does go to Greed.
Taking away the talisman of evasion as well. I mean, if you're able to stop the Slark from getting as many stacks onto you, that just means that you're a lot more confident of being able to stand in and fight. But the evasion not going to be coming through for him just yet. It's the build here for mid one. He's going Diffuser Blade into the SNY. I don't mind it. You know, it just gives you that little bit of extra movement speed. He's got the Possessed Mask as well, so when you're just standing and trying to man fight against a Bristle, the extra lifesteal is always going to be great. Even, like, how many times do you see a Slark pass up on an Imp Claw? Very rare.
Yeah, this is the item build that I was saying. I was hoping mid one to go. I mean, that Sunken Yasha as well is going to give you... just going to beef you up a lot against the burst from the Tiny, the burst from the Lion. If you can kind of sustain that, that's really all they got from Southfield. Try and bring him down to start. If he gets the abilities off, then he should be okay. Is Roji, well... might not be as lucky, but again, we're seeing back-to-back games with the Enchantress. So difficult to kill with this maxed out Nature's Attendance.
And it's even Roji playing it this time, right? Not Arfu.
Not Arfu.
What's mid one got next? If it was me, Silver Edge is the next item. You're not worried about getting a BKB all that much. Just the extra roaming potential. Of course, you being able to break Bob is huge. Is there anything else really that they've got that can? Spirit's dead.
Wow, bye-bye Void Spirit. A lot of bursts, and now Bob's gonna show up, and he should be able to get his first kill. Never mind, and Ryu, I'll snag that one away. It's a great game here at the moment from Southfield, but they're still looking to move in forward. Run, looking to clean up the disconnected team of Southfield, but now they're able to reset. A great Earth Splitter finds two, but the Earth Spike's even better, and Abart's now going to blink on full.
I don't know about that, Abart.
And mid one's got so much damage here. He'll tear apart the Anti-Mage. Bob's still looking to clean up Diablo. Will be able to cancel the TP. Now he gets the toss as well. Mid one just has enough mana to pounce down to the low ground, but it leaves the Enchantress to her lonesome self. Nice use of the Earth Spike, cocky forward. SMG losing hero after hero, but we do see a Bart will lose his life.
They're gonna pounce in onto Zenki, yeah.
Zenki TP cancelled, and now Bob as well. Oh, can you even kill this man? He's just so fat. And you take a look though, the fact that the Void Spirit got a really late Orchid, like it is another game where Nia is struggling. We were singing his praises at the start of this series, and his back-to-back games, his Void Spirit's kind of struggled. If he got that Orchid at 13-14 minute timing, he would have been able to put so much pressure on the map against the supports, but more importantly against someone like the Anti-Mage, who needs Battle Fury into Manta, and that would have taken him a while to get it. But now that Orchid's now picked up, and AM doesn't need too much to complete the Manta. That's the next component.
Yeah, and that's why it was such a big deal giving up that first blood in the mid lane, right? Like, he just got a little bit too greedy, wanted to put some extra damage in on, and Bristle's one of those heroes that you give him space and he will snowball the game. Like, this has been a great show coming out here from Bob. He's died the once, but let's be real, that was against like 5 heroes on his own.
Continuing to be that force, just up in the face, not really giving them opportunity. He's very far away from the team, but instant halberd means that mid one unable to stack up the essence there, which is how they really kill off Bob. Just long, drawn out fights, being able to bring him down. Solar Crest even now for the Snapfire.
Sure, why not? I feel like they want to try and get a pick off and then transition that into Roche. That's their next big bit of gameplay. Enrio, he's standing around. He wants to get a multi-man Avatos combo off, but a little deep. He's always got... Well, you definitely can't do it now. I think he used the Avalanche to clear out the creep wave. He's fine. He's got the regen.
Cooldown. Oh, Lion. He clicks into the remnant. Okay, Lion. They're going to silence him up instantly, bring him down. He doesn't have a buyback to rejoin them.
Yeah.
It looks like Nee's going to be careful as well. A
Nice
great
stop.
focus on once again from R2 into the fall for the Earth Splitter, but Bob's still got a lot of help to play with. They use the scythe instead on Bob. It's actually onto the Tiny, so Enryu's down 70 seconds, but Abart's ever going to show up as well. Spark completely out of mana. It's going to get a little bit back thanks to the wand, and with the Remnant controlling him up, been some incredible sums from R2 to reset these engagements, but they're split away from Bob, and mid one's looking to punish.
You know, R2.
Is under attack.
How many times do you see this essentially first item Ag Scepter on the Elder Titan? I can understand it from a core, but he's been a little bit greedy here. Hasn't been massively punished for it, and his Echo Stomps have been on point.
It's just a battle around mid. Wherever Bob is, it's like, again, it's a vortex. He drags all the heroes.
He gets the haste as well. Oh no, that's huge.
The blink from somebody else. That's a massive kill again. He is gonna fall. It's been a rough day for him so far, and it's continuing to get worse for the position 2 on SMG.
For me, that's Roche. They can very easily go into the Roche pit now with the Solar Crest, with the little Shredder. You've got Tiny respawning in a couple of seconds. But he's going to push out the top one as well, so you've got multiple things to worry about. I think they just want to take control over this outpost area.
Dire's top tower
Ward is going to get immediately dewarded afterwards, but you know, I feel like they're wasting their time a little bit here. You've got everything that you could possibly want to be able to take it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just wanting to take care of the Elder Titan, respecting the fact that Afu, he's had an amazing game so far. He's been able to disrupt a lot of these fights, but just be a little bit too slow.
Yeah, how do you think Radiant should play these team fights? Because on paper, it seems like you want to burst down the Slark or the Void Spirit before they get the abilities off, but it's really been Arfu that's been a thorn in their side constantly with the Echo Stomp. Should they be prioritizing him a little bit more?
I think so, absolutely. You know, it's not even just because of the great Echo Stomps and the Earth Splitters coming through, just the natural order, just standing around is resulting in some of their other more squishy heroes, the Tiny, the Lion, from dropping down a little bit too early. I think Zenki's positioning has been quite good, and now they're going for Roche when all of the dire heroes are available. So, I mean, SMG, they've got an opportunity here. They've got pretty decent heroes for Roche pit fights. And it is a 5v5 as well. Smoke coming through. I think they might have spotted that with the Enchantress Crypt just walking on in.
They didn't get rid of the Observer Ward though from Radiant. They probably will need a Bart to help out in this fight as well. Bob's losing a little bit of mana. He's actually going to move on forward. A great Earth Spike on 2. The mana's completely gone from mid one as well. He's going to be careful. They bring it down.
The kisses.
Will fall. Even with the ultimate, the Scythe's out. They deal with the Bristleback finally. Now it's up to a Bar. But he doesn't have enough net worth to turn over this fight. As Zenki's getting chunked down. Nia, KP doing it at the moment. The Orchid's out. They'll drag back Enryu. A blink in. Samael. Great use of the buyback. A Bart.
No mana.
A lot of mana. Nia's got to be careful. They'll claim the kill. A Finger of Death to burst him down. A Bart will scurry away with his life. Gets the blink to safety.
Well, Bob is not immortal. He can die if you take a bad situation. He was caught facing forwards in that encounter, just trying to dive that little bit too deep, and it just goes to show. Imagine if they took that fight without the Void Spirit. He dished out, I believe, the most damage in that team fight overall, even though you had 5 dire heroes clumping around the Bristleback.
Bart's starting to stack up the farm as well. He's almost got the Basher completed, very close to the Manta, and he's got a lot of farm down bot as well, which can link towards the triangle, so he's going to have a great timing on the Abyssal, and that'll give you a big window to, you know, maybe solo kill the Void Spirit, maybe solo kill the Necrophos. It's going to give them a lot more of an opportunity to take these fights, knowing that the anti-mage can join, but they're going to be careful because Bob's still not in the game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, no.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, at least they've taken away that easier way
fallen.
to join in onto the Roche fight. They've still got the tier 1 tower top, but definitely opens things up for them a lot. But he's happily farming down here, though. Just the 600 gold away from the Abyssal. So it was going to be quite nice. They found out Samael. He's a dead boy.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Wow.
attack.
Should check out to the Orchid still.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Only 200 gold away from Elder Titan eggs. They're giving it all away to Arfu here. He's farming super deep. He's able to get that level 15 as well for the Astral Spirit Hero attack. That's going to be a big difference maker. And look what difference it makes. You had the Lion buyback previously. That's the dieback kill that they were able to get. Got the minus armor. Rogi's taking it up. So even though mid one isn't the beefiest hero, he doesn't really care. He's just able to continue to right-click away, and you can't take a fight 3v5. You know, even this Bristleback cannot take a 3v5 fight at this point. Now that the Slark is caught up.
Power.
Yeah, now they're even going to have the Aegis in the arsenal. They are just completely away from it. It looks like Radiant must be aware as well, with no one showing. They're going to try and defend the tier 2 tower now. I'm just going to be careful, because they're getting Pinsent and Ryu underneath the Observer. However, they're going to be able to bring him down with one combination. And Bob needs help, and he needs it now, but can the rest of the team come over fast enough? Besides, not going to claim the kill, but still bruising incredibly low. Bob still somehow alive. How is he doing it? And over the kisses, raining down Hellfire as SMG need to get back to the safety of the tier 3 tower, but they're unable to do so. They'll lose 2, and Bob will keep his life.
Oh man, the fact that they were able to get that initial burst through onto the Void Spirit, huge. And now they used the clip previously. Like, this has opened up a huge win condition right now for Southfield. Is that what's he got? Shivas coming out? No, it's a BKB on Bob. So he realizes, look, I don't want to be leashed in place. I don't want to be.
Arfu just gets the BKB back, about with the bash. It's not going to do enough. Bob is giving away a little bit of essence here for mid one, and that's all they're looking for. Looking to stack up the essence for when the team respawns. He is back alive, but he's got to be careful if he gets punished. Going to try and drag back Summer, but it's nice use of the Stimulate. Nia, in and out he goes, forcing out a lot of abilities here from South. But the Acro Swap again from Arfu. They can now turn their attention to whatever hero they want to bring down with a great 3-man Echo Swamp. That gives them time to react.
How did that work?
With the anti-mage. And
that pounce latched.
Bob's out.
Just
I don't know how they're out.
Oof. Playing with fire a little bit here. They were still able to secure the melee racks, so, you know, an advantageous engagement coming through. The fact that AM dies, he's still gone very aggressive here. You know, BKB, it's next on the item queue here for South Built, but man, this is just a back and forth game. It feels like it's absolutely anyone's, and
Bounty. Wait out.
SMG, oh sorry, South Built, no fear. You know, you've got the Aegis, but they're happy to just continue running on in.
See if Brady want to give up this high ground at the moment. Mid one. He's gonna know he's underneath vision, so instantly dark packs. Straight on top of Enryu though. The Earth Spike start. And I don't know if this is a fight Radiant gonna be able to take, because the Bristleback didn't eat all the abilities. It's the supports instead. That's how you really want to take it. Avoid the Bristle, deal with the rest, and then find him afterwards. There's 2-4 from South Built, and it might cost them some objectives now.
I feel like with this Bristle meta, you just need some kind of like... I wish I had a soundboard for when I'm playing my pubs, because I feel like I'm always saying against a Bristleback, just don't hit Bristle. Hit everything else. Just ignore the Bristleback. Yes, it's going to hurt, but everything else is going to die, and he's wasted a lot of farm on just sustaining himself.
Big one sitting like a truck right now. Essence stacking up. He's got 16 perma. They're going to be careful because they've lost all the mana on Bob. Doesn't want to use the BKB this early, but can they continue on forward? Finger of Death, mid one just gets the Shadow Dance off, and now Bob as well dragged back with the Remnant and brought down with the side.
No buyback.
Bob down for 100 seconds. He doesn't have buyback. There's bounties on the map. They need to go get it, and Bart's going to do just that. Nice communication. They're well aware that he's close to buyback there. It's still going to cost them the tier 3 tower. The creeps are coming in. There we go. Buyback's available.
Is he even going to try cutting this wave? Oh, it's not going to be enough though. They caught him.
No. Apart. He's got Manta. Oh, doesn't get away. Yours is there, and Ryu. Great combination. The Earthquake as well. It's on 4. But the Earthquake is going to fire. It'll drag it back. Apart. Can he get away? The Orchid tick is not enough to find the kill. It'll cost the life of Zenki. But at least you keep the AM up.
to do, and he's going all in here. He realizes, look, buyback at this point. If Bristle dies, that's going to be game. Let's just try and get a little bit more survivability for myself with the Ogre Axe purchased up. Damage isn't the issue. You know, the Tiny, the Bristleback, the Lion, the Snapfire, they're doing the damage. It's just about the burst potential coming through from the Anti-Mage, particularly onto the backlines. And I mean, I still feel like it's just about trying to find these timings when Arfu doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter BKB on himself.
We have seen what happens when SMG use that Scythe on the Bristleback. I mean, the damage coming through when he starts to fall low can bring down a tanky boy with ease, and it is really showing now. So Bob's got to be careful. Like, I wonder, has he got an item coming out on him now? What do you think the next item should be for Bob?
I mean, he had an Ags queued up a long time ago. It's not the worst, just to be able to... maybe it's not so great now that the Elder Titan's got that, that Ag Scepter. Give me a moment. Let me have a quick think. He's got the AC.
Is under attack.
In my head, I'm just thinking, like, if he wants a Linken's or Lotus, because it does seem like the Scythe is how they kill him.
Yeah.
I mean, Andrew's going Lincoln, so maybe that's gonna give him a little bit more flexibility with how he wants to itemize now.
Sure. Yeah, what's the Slark got in terms of... He doesn't have anything right now, but ooh, he's going the Depth Shroud as well on mid one.
Thank you. Loses his life. Nia just picked up the Aghanim, so that's a lot more abilities to play with now. He's even got the Quickening Charm as well. Fire, smoked up. Snapfire can rejoin him if they want. We're going to try and jump on top of Enryu. Just avoid the Bristleback, the name of the game. They will do that. Kill on Enryu. He's got buyback here, and they're even going to put him in the grave for longer. Down for 100.
Oh, and even that Blink Dagger now coming out from Arfu. So not only is he going to be able to get that BKB, but he's going to be able to instantly join the fight if he wants to and start smacking down that backline, particularly this Lion.
Vacuum. The vacuum's there. He's forcing them all in. They deal with the Lion instantly. Now with the mana boy,
lots of burst.
Can they combo them down? But the Avalanche toss the Mortimer Kids in the backline as well. Once again, raining in globes on SMG. Rob forced to pop the BKB early on. Is going to now look to turn with KP. With the Scythe on cooldown, they do struggle to deal with the Bristleback. But that was almost all of the arsenal from Radiant. Mortimer Kisses, BKB used, Mana Void as well, and they don't get the cores.
No, they don't, and that shows the real value of that Depth Shroud pickup. Mid one was very close to dying there, but he ends up using it to save not only himself, but one of his teammates. The cool thing about it is, like, have a read of Depth Shroud, right? So, it makes them hidden and affected by Shadow Dance, and I'm pretty sure you also get the Shadow Dance regen yourself again. So like you get double Shadow Dance regen for yourself when you're using Depth Shroud, and everyone else just gets the basic Shadow Dance regen. So he just went right back up to top.
Skyrocketed full. He's even got that Sundrin Yasha, the amp as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Potter next here for mid one. He's really going to be a difficult hero to deal with. 19 essence stacking up. He's going to look to get more. Can get Bob alone to feed some essence. Finger use very early. Great defensive force stuff above with the BKB for the Depth Shroud down. Protects up Roger. They're going to try and deal with the defensive support to the backline. Above with the BKB. Completely wasted duration. And meanwhile, the backline, he is able to deal with Samiel. Oh, that's a lot of damage to Mana Boy, but apart. He's got no mana, and he's got no health as well. Arfu, one more right click. Can he catch up to him? Apart, he's getting a little bit of mana back ever so slowly. Apart, he's running away. But the Orchid's there. The Eul's control, and they'll find the kill. Abart's got no buyback. The rest of Radiant, they've got a TP out. Bob's going to cut mid. Top's going to get cut as well from Zenki. So they're prioritizing the lane, but Bob didn't TP out yet. And he has caught him, and they know that Bob's got no protection. So mid one's coming over.
Still got the Reaper.
Join him as well. He's got the Scythe. This is the way to kill off the Bristleback, the tanky man. Bob's been the X factor in this game from South, but they'll put him in the grave. Down for 150 seconds.
That's a definite window for you to try and end the game. Again, it's another late 30-minute game that's looking like it. Bobby sees the humor in it all, but unfortunately, you're just leaving the rest of your team completely defenseless. No two main cores available. Mid one, he's not scared at all. Lion, he's still got the Finger of Death off cooldown for another 20 seconds. And again, this is the type of game that I hate personally playing into as a pub. Is when the enemy cores just seem to have a vendetta against you, and they're just like, you know what? You're not going to have a game. I'm just going to jump in on the backlines every single time, and you're going to die. And I hate myself when that happens.
Support life. The cores just prioritize. I'm surprised they're not hitting T4 towers. I mean, they don't push as fast, and mid one's still got a little bit of stolen stacks. Nice play from Nia. Gets rid of the kisses. What's the play here from Radiant? Bot is completely shoved in. AM's up in 10 seconds, but it looks like it's too late. They're going to have to try and defend the T4 tower. That's a big tank to try and bring down the star. We'll tank up the Remnant, and Rue gets a 4-star back to safety as well. Communication coming through. Now, the Visor Blade's out, but a Depth Shroud from mid one. The Echo Summons. Afu, time and time again. Afu is just on point. He is so crazy on the Elder Titan. They bring down 2. I mean, Lion's got a buyback, but you see a bot cannot do anything.
They're still using the on the top side. I mean, it'd be nice actually for the Radiant if these 2 siege creeps are able to take out this tier 1, just so you've got that little bit of extra protection.
They need to get rid of the creeps. KP is going to be able to kill them up. Someone has to sacrifice their life for the creeps, because there's no backdoor protection right now. Abad cut the wave. Abad TP'd out, and he's not here to defend the throne. Abad, you need to come back. You need to do something. Your throne's exploding. Mid-one's just going to work. Somebody is going to jump on 4, but where's the control? Abyssal's out. Mid-one. He'll fall low thanks to the finger, but it's not low enough. The scythe is there and down. They go and down. They go in the game. G's are cold.
Mega kill!
SMG. Such an important series to take, and they'll do it in 2-0 fashion.
Very nice game coming through. Not even needing the Silver Edge. Who needs that item? You know, who needs to break this Bristleback when you can just ignore him? Again, that's the way you play against a Bristleback in your pubs. You're gonna build all this stuff that makes you live, but does nothing for your teammates. So just kill everyone else. You know, all the farm was... understandable. You still were able to clutch it out at the end, and I feel like both yourself and Afu, it's been a really good support combination. Doesn't matter, like the Enchantress, the Elder Titan combo, it works out really well for you. I just want to have a quick question, because it's something that I never knew about. So I was just having a quick look at your Liquipedia page the other day, and it says that your countries are Malaysia and Australia. So as an Australian, I didn't quite know that. Do you have, what is your connection to Australia, or is Liquipedia just wrong?
It's wrong. I think it's just fucked.
Damn. I just wanted to claim another one. You know, we've got Arno, we've got KP. We need a third one up there, you know, at the top level. But
nah, I'm just Malaysian.
All right. I'll still claim you. You know, you're doing well. But I want to ask you, you know, you were playing in the upper division last season for, I always get this wrong, LBZS? Yeah.
It was standing in for 1 game, that's all.
Yeah, but how would you say the style is different between the Chinese and the Southeast Asia regions?
I guess China is just more farming, I guess. Less action.
It's boring, right? We hate to see that. You know, it's all about the action. I think game 1 went for 40 minutes and there was 74 kills. This one went for 38 minutes and there was 66 kills. So, you know, that's what you want to see. That's what the fans are entertained by. With both games, did you feel very confident coming out of the drafts that, you know, we got this?
Yeah, both games pretty confident with the draft, but I guess because we weren't prepared because the game suddenly like moved into earlier, and then like we played quite bad the first game. Yeah,
you did have an uphill battle to fight for sure, but you were able to clutch it out. With that, you actually it's not guaranteed that you're going to be one of those top 2 spots just yet. I believe Galaxy Racer could still win both of their series, and you know, if you end up losing your upcoming one against, I want to say, Army Geniuses, then you could still be up for tiebreakers. But I think you've at least guaranteed tiebreakers, which is always good. anything in particular that you do? You said you didn't prepare that much for this series, but for the next one against Army Geniuses, they're ones that like to cheese a little bit. Is there any special prep that goes into that?
Nope, not yet. Maybe after today we will talk about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Just chill, having a good time.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Any questions, Aries?
Just take it game by day. Just another one. We see of course the supporter packs are all been coming out. I always love to hear the players on who their favorites have been so far. Is there a couple of teams packs that you've looked at and been like, damn, they're not too bad?
Let me see. I think it's the.
What is the voice line? We'll tell you.
Yeah, Beast Coast one's funny, right?
Yeah, and the loading screen as well, the Ginyu Force style one. Which is pretty cool. Where's the Team SMG one? We want to hear some Rogi voice lines.
Hopefully next
talk to
season.
your manager.
Yeah, next season probably.
Yeah. Is Zach Dash still your manager, or is he doing other stuff for SMG?
Not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, shout out to him anyway. He's another Aussie, so any chance that we get to be in the limelight, we'll take it. But with that win, again, congrats. You're looking pretty solid with your team fights, and with that, I'd love to see you guys moving forward and putting on a good showing when the TI regional qualifiers come around. So again, congrats. Any shout outs to finish up?
Thanks to all my fans, I guess, if I have.
Where can your fans follow you if they want to keep in touch with games that you're playing, or if you're streaming or anything like that?
I used to stream on Twitch, but not anymore.
Okay. Like, do you have a Facebook or a Twitter or an Instagram or anything that people can follow you on?
Twitter, Rogi. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Make sure you do that. Follow up Rogi. I want to see plenty of content, Rogi. People's Twitter follows are very valuable, so it's got to all be there. But again, thank you very much for talking to us. We always appreciate the time to chat with players.
Yeah, thanks to both of you also.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it was a beautiful performance here, Danog. We see another series done and dusted. Our Thursday double header. That was the all important one. That one. We saw the fact of SMG second place, Southbuild Esports third place, already motivate a guaranteed to make it into the upper division or whatever is going to happen. They are in first place, of course, but that second place is still, three teams are battling it out at the moment. And with a performance like that from SMG, he said, Rogi, they didn't do too much preparation, and that first game they were a little bit disappointed, but regardless, they looked incredibly strong. Like, this is such a fun team to watch. And also this was like, Nia didn't have too good of a day. And we've seen days when Nia pops off. And when he pops off, that team really, really connects together. And how well they're able to play even with him just a step down is really, really, really good to watch. So
yeah, for me, it was the support duo that was the MVP of that for SMG. Some good itemizations on the cores as well, but Afu, Rogi, they were just on point with a lot of their team fight disruption, with their baiting, with a lot of their, like, Rogi there died 7 times, but it didn't matter. That was his job, just to be standing in the front of team fights and soaking up a lot of that attention, and taking time away that you needed to be able to focus down the more important targets on Southbuild's side. But with that, lower division done and dusted for today. We're back again on Saturday with SMG against Army Geniuses. Man, it always seems like we have to wait a long time until we can actually throw to the upper division, because there's a really good series on tonight. Neon up against Fnatic. So make sure you're tuning in to the PGL_Dota 2 channel for that. It's in about 1.5 hours. I'm